presents first?
I move to hear from the appellant first and then the applicant.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we will rearrange that on the agenda. Second, if I can get a motion on the request for adjournment, please.
Motion to adjourn until 10:30.
Okay. We have a motion to adjourn for 10:30 to allow the review of the materials as requested. All those in favor? Opposed? We will stand adjourned until 10:30 a.m. in order to review your disclosure.
Yeah, I haven't done that in years.
Right, I will call the hearing back to order at this time. Does the appellant have any questions? I'll start by asking the appellant if they have any questions about the process. We did rearrange the order where the appellant was presenting first, then the applicant. We had a motion for that prior to the adjournment. And my apologies, I thought you were bringing everyone in. So, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Cheryl Elgert of Elgert Law for Stone Creek, and apologies to the panel for my tardiness. I have no questions. I was kept in touch, updated by my client about the change in the order, and it's entirely acceptable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe there's a request coming for the board. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct, sir. So I have Mr. Bob Homersham here with me. He is legal counsel, as you know, for Basecamp, and we are in the process, we believe, of coming up with a joint submission to the board. We require, we believe, another hour. And we will, during that time, hope to meet with the town as well, Mr. Andy Asarte, in half an hour's time, if that is acceptable to the board.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Okay. The board is going to, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session to address the request for adjournment, and then we'll get back to you.
It is a joint submission request for adjournment. I just want to say on the record that I concur with Ms. Elgert's request for a further hour.
Okay, thank you. We're going to make a motion to go into closed session and just confer with our legal counsel before making an adjournment. So if you can give us a few moments, please. Can I get a motion to go into closed session? In favor? Okay, we'll stand adjourned again. applicant nor the appellant are present, we'll give that a few minutes. Thanks. Thank you, administration, for attending. Does administration have anything while we're waiting? Doesn't have to be pertaining to this appeal. You have the floor now. So.
Perhaps a question. Did you meet with the appellant and the...
Yes, we did. In the time that was provided to administration and all parties, we did meet with them, yes. Yeah.
I don't expect you to tell me anything of the discussion. I just wanted to be sure that you met. Thank you.
Yeah. believe we have everyone back. Is either party still waiting for anyone? Okay. So when we adjourned, there was indication that the request was to have a discussion. Any update on the outcomes of that? Or are we ready to, or are you wanting to present? I'll start with the appellant.
Mr. Chair, Cheryl Elgert with Elgert Law for Stone Creek. We've had opportunity to discuss at length. We've also had opportunity to have a without prejudice discussion with the town. Our understanding is that we can't get to where the parties are all on board in the time for today. So it appears that we're going to have to proceed with the hearing.
Okay. Okay, at this time, we'll commence with the presentations. The development officer may proceed with their presentation.
Mr. Chair, if I can, just for clarification, the requested change to the order of presentation, that was only with regards to the order between the applicant and the appellant, correct?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Annika Drost. I'm a senior development planner with the town, and I'm here to present to you a quick summary on development permit file PL 2023-0037, which is the application for an accessory use with accessory buildings in the form of a Nordic spa amenity space. So the subject site is located at 1 Silvertip Trail, which is the Mountain House Hotel site, and is bound by Silvertip Trail to the north, Palliser Trail to the west, and the Fire Hall site, as well as the cemetery to the south and southeast. And the site is located within the Silvertip DC district. The proposal is located within the northeast portion of the property. So it would be just that far right-hand corner on this aerial, which is identified here in the orange. It includes 4 accessory buildings, multiple hot and cold pools, as well as seating areas. And accessory buildings is the first approved use. And the second approved use through the DP application was the accessory use. The accessory use is defined in the land use bylaw as a use that is subordinate to the principal use being the hotel, and does not substantially add to the patronage, traffic volume, and intensity of the site. The amenity space was proposed to be accessed through the basement of the site of the existing hotel and is available to hotel guests only. And as such, it was determined that there is no increase in patronage, traffic intensity to the subject site, which meets the accessory use definition. Public access was not proposed as part of the application and would require a land use amendment to include Nordic Spa as a standalone use in the district. And the applicant was made aware of that requirement. Here's just a more zoomed in plan of the development site. So we have the 4 accessory buildings, it kind of along the outskirts with the pools in the middle. And then there's the seating areas. The proposed development is considered to be adjacent to the wildlife corridor, which is demonstrated in green on the slide here. An environmental impact statement was not deemed necessary as part of the application based on the analysis provided by MSCS, who the town consulted to assist with this determination. However, MSCS provided mitigative measures in their analysis to limit human-wildlife interaction, which included the installation of a fence. And a fence height variance was requested to permit taller fencing than allowed in the land use bylaw. The variance of 35 centimeters was considered minor in nature and was supported to allow for the implementation to the, was supported to allow the implementation of the identified mitigative measures. Authority to grant a variance to the fence height is found under section 114.1.2 of the Land Use Bylaw, which allows variances to the fence height standards located within section 213 of the LUB. Fence height is a standard within the general regulation of the Land Use Bylaw, which as per section 2.1 applies to all land use bylaw districts unless specifically exempt within the district itself. In this case, there's no exemption from section 2 within the DC district. And as such, the fence height variance is not a variance to the DC district regulation, but a variance to the general regulations of the land use bylaw. Therefore, CPC granted the variance to the fence height in alignment with the LUB provisions. With respect to the landscaping concerns raised by the appellant in their initial submissions, the DC district requires 25% of the site to be landscaped, and this applies to the entire titled area and includes existing landscaping. So if we're looking at the entire site, without the inclusion of any new landscaping provided as part of the accessory use of the site already contains 26% landscaping, and if we were to look at adding limited portions of the fenced accessory area, which would include the power line right-of-way, as well as existing treat areas, that landscaping percentage would now be 33%. And as such, no variance was considered to be necessary for landscaping. With respect to the tree ratio concerns, although Section 11 of the Land Use Bylaw provides a 1 tree per 20 square meter ratio, there is no tree ratio requirement within the DC district that refers to Section 11. And as such, the Section 11 ratio does not apply in this case. The appellant also raised concerns about the screening of the existing parking on the property in relation to the DC district requirements. There is existing screening of the parking area in the form of berms and mature landscaping along Palisade Trail, which is the top photo on the slide, and Silvertip Trail, which is the bottom photo. No concerns were identified regarding the existing screening. And since this is an accessory use available to hotel guests only, there was no requirement for additional parking beyond the existing parking provisions on the site. With respect to the screening and visual impact, overall minimal visual impact was identified, which was assessed through the submitted application photos as well as the renderings provided within your package. So this brings us to the MGA provisions. The MGA stipulates that an appeal of a DC district is limited to whether the development authority followed the direction of council. Should the SDB determine that the Development Authority did not follow council direction in making its decision on DP file PL 2023-0037, the SDB can act upon section 687(3)(c of the MGA, which includes the ability to confirm, revoke, or vary the decision. And in conclusion, administration finds that the application approved by CPC complies with the land use bylaw and that CPC followed council direction. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Any questions from the board for planning? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
At this time, we'll allow the appellant to make their presentations.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Again, Cheryl Elger with Elgert Law for Stone Creek. The board has submissions from Stone Creek from both the initial preliminary hearing and in advance of today's hearing. Has the board had a chance to review these materials?
we have during the first adjournment, yeah. Any comments from the board on that? Everyone? Yeah, any questions arising from that at this time? No, I think we're,
So the first thing that I'd like to understand from the board is we have a concession from the applicant that the Development Authority did not follow the directions of council. That was in the April submissions. I would be happy to walk the board through the reasons why we believe that the Development Authority did not follow the directions of council, and the board has now the ability to substitute its own decision. But if the board is accepting of that concession or has made some sort of determination on that, I won't waste the board's time on that.
go ahead.
Could you please speak to the specifics of that concession and what it is that you're recommending?
So I can take the board to the submission that Basecamp provided the board in April to identify the concession that the Development Authority did not follow the directions of council. Is that what I ought to do?
Know what the specifics of not following the direction of council are.
Okay, so I will just pull up the Basecamp's submission. Mr. Chair, what I have on page 24, or sorry, paragraph 24 of page 273 of the board agenda, in summary, Basecamp states, in this case, the board has the jurisdiction to accept the revised plans on the basis of the concept of a hearing de novo. In this case, the board has jurisdiction to substitute its decision for the DA's decision, as it did not follow the directions of council per the land use bylaw. So I don't think that the materials are, at least in the quick skim that I'm doing right here, I'm not seeing the specifics that Mr. Grohl had referenced. So maybe what I can do is take the board through the items that, from our review of the report that went to CPC, were not addressed before CPC.
Proceed.
You provided a set of reasons for the appeal when you submitted the appeal,
That's correct.
and I'd like you to go through those specifically, please.
So the first reason for appeal is the Development Authority did not follow the directions of council as set out in the direct control district regulations, in brackets, landscaping, reports, parking screening, etc., comma, the land use bylaw and MDP. And then that's followed with the plans require amendments to comply with all direct control district regulations. So I will take the board to our submissions. And that is at page 310 of 330 of the board report. As noted at paragraph 4, for substantive matters, an appeal is restricted by MGA section 684, 685-4D in direct control districts. The gate question is whether the Development Authority followed council's directions. If so, the board must deny the appeal, and if not, the board may render its own decision. As noted in paragraph 5, the CPC acted as Development Authority in this case. It did not issue reasons of its own, and so our analysis is based on the reasons that were the planning report that was before it. And so in the appendix on page 314 of 330 of the board agenda, board package, Appendix A sets out, summarizes, provides excerpts of Direct Control District 1411, which set out the direct control regulations. So section 14.11.5.1 states that a pedestrian-oriented streetscape shall be established. And we've noted in the plans whether it's provided or not. We say it's not provided in the plans. And in the report to MPC, there was no comment on pedestrian-oriented streetscape.
Okay, go ahead.
So can you be specific as to how it doesn't conform along the streetscape? Like, what is it that is not in conformance?
So if the second section that's noted in the appendix is 14.11.5.3, and that section states that parking shall be designed to effectively screen vehicles when viewed from streets, such as with intensive landscaping. So I wonder if I should take the board now to the question about that I address in the submissions that came in today around whether or not the DC bylaw applies to the landscaping generally on the property.
So you are indicating that the development officer is incorrect in their understanding that the landscaping is sufficient for viewing from the street?
So
how is it deficient?
yes, okay. So maybe I can get back. Maybe I can go to the argument that I've prepared and set out in the.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, as our submission, or as our written submissions note, Stone Creek's goal in this appeal is to achieve a well-functioning and beautifully designed entrance to the Silver Tip Resort. This property has the sign for the Silver Tip Resort on the corner of it, and it is really one piece with the median, the landscape median. It is the other piece of the frame into the resort. So this, fundamentally, this is a question of functionality, and it is a question of beauty and design. So One of the questions, one of the key reasons why we requested an adjournment was to acquire the additional background, the planning documents, the planning materials around the existing hotel, and also the direct control bylaw. So, at paragraph 16 of our submissions, it notes that the current and this is information that we got on Friday. The current hotel permit was approved in 1997, and it was approved under the Hyatt Regency Canmore Master Plan and the 1986 Land Use Bylaw. At that time, the property was zoned highway commercial. The boulevard and the bylaw required the boulevard and at least 15% of the site to be landscaped, and for that landscaping to be maintained. The year after, so the approval was 1997, occupancy of the building occurred in sort of early 1998. By early 1999, council, the town was bringing forward a first reading bylaw to the town council with this particular property subject to a direct control bylaw. No other, and that can be seen in paragraph 19 of our submissions. So it shows, and this is from a submission that was made to council in response to the first reading draft. So the first reading draft, Stone Creek owned Block 18, and it's of a different plan, but I'm going to call them Block 17, Block 18, but just know that they're from different plan numbers. So Block 17 is the base camp site, and Block 18 at that time was a contiguous piece on the other side of the road, on the west side of the road? On the west side of the road. Right now, I just keep on getting confused with directions on this. So the first draft, so what we had was an approval at CPC and an immediate requirement by council, by the town, to change the zoning on that property. Now, what in that decision that was made by CPC, that there were two variances. One of them just with regard to parking. There was quite a lot of parking required, and the bylaw required 220 stalls. I don't have the calculation as to why 220 stalls as the top line were required. I have looked at the bylaw, and it states that 180 stalls were required for the 180 rooms. So one room per hotel room. So what the reason was for the additional 40 stalls, whether that was associated with the on-site restaurant or the other facilities, I don't know, because it just wasn't available. So, but we know that one of the variances was a 45 stall variance in exchange for 3 bus parking lots, bus parking stalls. So that's one piece. But the other piece is, and I believe that this is significant to what we see in the land use bylaw, the other piece was a variance that allowed parking in the front yard. So there was a prohibition against, the land use bylaw had a prohibition against parking in the front yard. And in this situation, the planning commission, so council made a prohibition against parking in the front yard. And in this case, the planning commission approved significant parking in the front yard, so that instead of the building and the entry facing the street, instead a parking lot faces the street. So a year later, we're back before council, and what we have before council, my expectation, what this typically is that council will offer directions, say, please include this as you're developing this. So my expectation, the likelihood is that council said, we don't like something about what happened on that property. Please go and draft a direct control district for it. And again, just for this one property. So this appeal, now, if we take a look at paragraph 24 of our submissions, if we take a look at just some photographs, I believe that this illustrates why council likely did not choose, so, sorry, let me go back. In this appeal, a live question is whether or not the DC bylaw applies to the entire parcel and needs to be applied by this board to the entire parcel, or if this board is only looking at the described development area, which excludes the parking lot and excludes the hotel. So, as I said in the materials, there are 2 spaces where we can find protection for non-conforming permits. So a non-conformity happens when when something is built under a bylaw, under a development permit, and then the bylaw changes to make that initially constructed compliant thing non-conforming, non-compliant. So the Municipal Government Act, Section 643, protects what they call legally non-conforming uses, and legally non-conforming buildings, and there are restrictions on that. You can only expand so much. You can't extend the use on the property. You can't build new buildings. This kind of thing. So, but the MGA offers no protections for non-conforming landscaping. So, effectively, the province made a policy decision that it would protect your use. So let's say that you have a slaughtering house or something like that, and suddenly it's all gentrified. You can continue until you stop for 6 months and then you can't start again. Or if you have a building, you've built this building, it's cost you a bunch of money. Now what are we going to do? We've decided that we want a bigger side yard. You're going to have to tear down. No, you get to keep those things because they're sort of like, they're very significant things to change. What the province did not protect was landscaping, so on-site improvements. So the land use bylaw, this council decided to protect certain non-conforming uses, non-conforming permits, in addition to the protections provided by MGA Section 643. And by what they did, what council did was, just in several direct control districts, they deem previously approved development permits, and I'm talking the use, the building, the landscaping, top to bottom. They deem the entire thing to be conforming, even if it doesn't conform. This direct control district does not do that. So there is no protection under the MGA or the land use bylaw from compliance on a new development permit with the current land use bylaw. And so my submission is that the whole property must now comply. So the direct control district provides what I consider to be remedial directions to ensure that both parking and massing are screened. And I can run through those things, but I just want to start with the context. So paragraph 24 shows a photograph from the 2000 Palliser ASP, and it shows an effectively unscreened hotel. And this is the view from what appears to be the highway, the Trans-Canada Highway. So that's the year after the direct control bylaw was adopted. So we take a look at paragraph 26. These are Google Streetscape images from September 2023, and they show that the original state effectively continues. This is, of course, a fall scene, and so all of the deciduous leaves are on the trees. But what we can see is that screening remains what I call thin and patchy. So there are patches of screening, but the screening is not deep, and it does not exist in many places. So paragraph 26, we see multiple sort of moving from right to left across the face of Palliser Trail. We see there is just a small amount of bushes and parking lot entirely visible. Same thing in the middle paragraph, and also over to where the Silvertip Resort sign is. Second, under paragraph 27, we have Silvertip Trail views. So these are views from Silvertip Trail itself, and we can see that the parking lot is entirely visible. And in contrast, what we have in paragraph 28 is, good screening, well screening from up of the hotel's massing from up on Silvertip Trail. So that was in place until the fall of last year. So those were the conditions in 2000, and those are the conditions in 2023. What we have in the DC district is a couple of different things. So as I noted previously, I'm just going to use the last numeral, or the last two numerals. So 5.1, and this is set out at section 23 of our submission. Section 5.1 requires a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. Section 5.3, it details what that means. It requires parking to be, quote, designed to effectively screen vehicles when viewed from the streets. So not just screen, but to effectively screen them, including through, quote, intensive landscaping, and that is to achieve a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. Section 6.4 states that every application is required to submit a visual impact assessment, which includes mitigation measures to minimize the negative impacts of parking and massing through natural landscaping. And finally, section 8.2, it requires all uncovered parking areas to be visually screened with fencing or landscaping that would render it, quote, not visible from the main access road. The main access road is not a term that is defined in the land use bylaw. It's not defined in the land use bylaw district, in the DC district. It is a term that shows up in the master plan that was in place at the time, the Hyatt Regency Canmore master plan, and the main access road in that case was Silvertip Trail. And it's noted in that document. So overall, my submission to the board is that council was not happy with this sea of parking facing the Trans-Canada Highway, Palliser Trail, and Silvertip Trail, and council adopted a direct control bylaw for the purpose of remediating that at the next opportunity. And the next opportunity arrives today. So it's my submission that, first of all, the original development permit plans that were approved by the Development Authority include no additional screening for any of the parking. And there is very little additional screening of the area above on the upper Silvertip Trail, where quite a number of conifers have been taken down as part of the stripping and grading process. Instead, what we see in the approved plans is our trees out on using up one lane, one of the two lanes, driving lanes of Silvertip Trail. And at the furthest point, we have maybe 5 or 6 different trees, spaced, my understanding, at 10 meters each. So this is sort of like every 30 feet, there's another tree. So in my submission, neither the massing, and so just in terms of the compliance with the direct control district, my submission is that even if you were to say that the massing only needs to be screened from the, I can concede that the direct control district really only speaks to massing being screened from the Trans-Canada Highway. However, the directions of council in the direct control district that required the screening of the parking lot simply were not complied with.
Anything further?
I think on that piece, that would be it, but I'd be happy to answer any questions because I may not have been clear about something.
Does the board have any questions for the appellant at this point? Okay. Please continue.
So on the basis that, it's actually not clear to me what, I believe that we're proceeding on the original plans here today, and so I'm going to try to focus my comments on this, although many of the submissions are around a potential resolution, but as the board is aware, we haven't reached that. So I will say that what is interesting here, which is more typical of quite small municipalities as opposed to the larger municipalities that are quite detailed about this. This municipality has seemingly taken a position that it will not provide detailed off-site requirements in the land use, in the development permit. So that is that has not always been the case. I've provided in our materials the original development permit for this property, for the hotel, and the board will be able to see in there the specific things that were required to be done for the purpose of this development, the hotel development. And so that's a sort of like on a policy basis, the municipality at this point has taken a decision to not include specific off-site conditions in the development permit. So in the municipal bar, there is some debate as to whether what's done here is correct, because there is the idea of an appeal is that you should be able to appeal the entire thing that is being put on you, that the development agreement should provide the framework for the substance, but that you should know and that the board should be able to consider and be able to weigh in on whether or not something should be applied or not. And so this can be seen in all kinds of Court of Appeal decisions and certainly in the SDAB decisions from municipalities such as Edmonton and Calgary. So what we know in this situation is that the report to Canmore Planning Commission says nothing about the closure of the lane. And yet the drawings that are approved, conditionally approved, show the closure of a lane, a road lane, and the conversion of that lane to a bicycle trail or a pathway and landscaping. So I've detailed, I believe I've detailed that I have not. So I have many memos. So under the Municipal Government Act Section 22 states that to close a road, the municipality must adopt a bylaw, and in a town, as opposed to a city does not. A city owns its own roads. A town does not. So the town's roads are actually, while they're under the care and control, there's a specific sort of three-part phrase around the control of the lands, but the town controls the roads here. But the town doesn't own them, and it doesn't have exclusive control. So there's a great deal of case law on the opening of roads, the dedication of roads, the closing of roads, the blocking of roads, the temporary construction around roads. Like, this is a pretty sort of nuanced little area. But what the Municipal Government Act brings into clarity is that to close a road, you need to, that is a job for council. It is not a job for the development authority or for staff of the town. Like, it's not for a job for the town. So any municipality has a number of different roles. One of them is legislative, and so that's council. One of them is corporate, and so that's the town. And one of them is like a statutory decision maker, and that would be the development authority, the subdivision authority. So different sort of functions here. In this case, what we have is a development approval that doesn't mention anything other than in other than absolutely general terms, that there will be transportation off-site improvements, but that the drawings themselves include the closure of a road on the idea that the town as corporate body will impose the closure by contract. And my message here is that, number one, that is premature. So, and it's outside the jurisdiction of the board to approve anything that has a plan showing the closure of a road, because the board approving that indicates the board that there's a sign of agreement that that is okay. So premature because, so that's outside the scope of the board to approve anything that shows a road closure. Premature because the body that the development authority could, and the development authority could impose as a transportation offsite, and the town could, under an agreement, require certain offsite improvements of the road. But the first thing that has to happen is that the town needs to take to council the question as to whether to close the road lane. So there are a couple of different, there's a decision from 1995 called Mateson, and I realize on account of the fact that I thought this was off the table, this road closure, the court, it's a 1995 decision from the Court of Appeal called Mateson. It's the city of Edmonton. In that situation, the municipality decided to temporarily close Keeler Road to vehicle traffic and converted it to a bike lane. And the residents were up in arms, and there were many rounds around this. But after the temporary 1-year period, then the city of Edmonton decided to close it to vehicle traffic without any time restriction. So there wasn't going to be a reopening. That went to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal said that in this day and age, it may have been at one time that if you closed a road to vehicle traffic, that wouldn't be a closure. But in this day and age, where vehicle traffic is the sort of primary form of traffic, then the closure to vehicle traffic, and so now it's just open to bicycle and pedestrian traffic, or potentially horses, who can say, that is a closure. So that is what the Court of Appeal held in 1995. There are no cases that consider that since then. So that's binding on this board. So the conversion, my submission to this board is that the conversion of a vehicular lane to a bicycle-only or multi-use pathway, that is, in fact, a closure. Courts have repeatedly stated that the only way that a municipality may close a lane, a road, is by bylaw. Now, this is of long standing in Alberta. There has always been a right for individuals to provide, to be consulted about whether a vehicular lane is going to be closed. And so like that dates back to Alberta's original documents, is my understanding from the commentary in the cases. So Municipal Government Act requires notice of the bylaw. It requires a public hearing. Before second reading, it requires the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors to sign off on the bylaw. Then it needs to come back to council for second reading and finally third reading. And at that point, then there is permission to close the road. Now, I have spoken to municipal lawyers around, and they have explained to me that in their view, this is only necessary where they are trying to sell a piece of land. So sometimes what happens is the municipality has a laneway or a edge of a corner or something like that that it doesn't need anymore, and it's happy to close it and sell it to the person next. So that's very typical. However, that is actually dealt with in a later section of the Municipal Government Act. Municipal Government Act Section 22 is simply about closure. So in the same way that the municipality would not just be able to block off a street and just leave it there, because they had to do it by bylaw. Okay, so in any event, in my submission, the approval that shows any kind of closure of a lane of Silvertip Trail is outside of the jurisdiction of the Development Authority, it's outside of the jurisdiction of the SDAB, and at the absolute minimum, these plans should be required to be revised to remove that from the plans. And yeah, so that's not to say that council cannot down the road close the bylaw, but there is a process and there is a participation right that is associated with that. Now, to the extent that the board believes that this is something that is actually open to being closed as part of this process, I'd invite the board to review the materials that we provided, that Stone Creek provided through BUNT, the BUNT traffic impact traffic review, and it notes in there the reason why this road was designed as it is. And particularly, so one of the things that is just key here is that from Stone Creek's perspective, is that this road was designed with 2 lanes very specifically. So now I'm getting into the substantive reasons around the design of this road. And so I'm assuming, this is sort of the suspension of disbelief here, this is assuming that the board has the right to approve, and it's reasonable for the board to approve plans that show a closure. So I'm gonna explain to the board why we say that the lane should not be closed. So, first of all, right now, the town previously snugged up the mouth of Silvertip Trail right at Palliser Trail. My understanding, and this is just third-party information, my understanding is that that was about providing better access for pedestrian crossing, making a safer pedestrian crossing by having a shorter distance to travel. It happens very frequently in municipalities where they're trying to tighten up and make these spaces safer for pedestrians. But after that, immediately after I believe it's 65 meters after the intersection is the turn into the base camp site. So in that area, that 2 lanes functions as sort of like a slowing down and queuing area to get into the base camp site, into the hotel site. So in that area, which is flat, that's what that allows. After that point, the road starts to rise, and it starts to rise at quite a significant grade. There are areas that are like 12%. So the materials that are in the BUNT report explain that originally, back in the day, this was designed as a 2-lane road, one up and one down. This was built on the basis of it being a 3-lane road. And the 3 lanes allow for 2 things. One is, and they're both focused around safety. One is accommodating heavy vehicles which travel at a lower rate of speed, typically up these kinds of grades. And so that would include things like the buses that are anticipated by the Silvertip ASP. And that includes things like the construction vehicles that are required to build out a resort. So as our materials say, there will be well over 1,000 units being constructed up this hill over the next, hopefully not very long while. And I understand from Stone Creek that, and I've even talked to one of the architects who's currently working on a project, a multi-residential project right now. So these are things that are underway right now. And what we have, if this was a one lane, we'd have cement trucks, thousands of cement trucks going up, and people trying to get up for weddings and for golfing, going quite a bit faster. And then we end up having this road that's like this, and people trying to get past, major safety issue. And in addition to that, there are crosswalks where bicyclists come across, dog walkers come across, pedestrians come across, and they're around sort of blind corners where this is not a safe situation where you have a traffic backup for heavy vehicles. The second reason that this 2 lanes up was created was for winter conditions, to ensure that there's a little bit more elbow room dealing with winter conditions in a mountainous area. So, one moment, please. Sorry, I've just been reminded that that road actually acts as the secondary access for the property, for the subdivision to the east. And so in the 2013 floods, that subdivision's road washed out, their access washed out, and there is an emergency gravel access between the 2 subdivisions. So those people who were living in that community, they were having to drive up into Silvertip on this gravel road and then come down Silvertip, but they were also coming back up the other way. And then the last piece is that, and this is explained to me by Bunt, and that, so the area is subject to, it's subject to the Steep Creek Hazard Overlay, just the top of this Silvertip Road, the Silvertip Trail, but it's also a forest. And there are fire conditions. And so we have a whole bunch of people living up there, playing golf, going to weddings. And if there were to be a fire at that point, and people needed to exit, they would be using, and Bunt explained this to me, that just functionally what happens when a quick exit needs to happen, all of the lanes are used to exit. So I'll also note that in the EDCG, the engineering design something guidelines, it shows, so the 2018 integrated transportation plan shows this road to be an arterial road. It was previously called a collector road, but that document shows this road to be an arterial road. The arterial cross section shows how many lanes? 3. So the standard for an arterial road is 3 lanes when they're together. So when you have 2 lanes side by side, you have bench strength, right? Back up, the ability to go around. When you snug that down to 1 lane, now you don't have that. When you have a divided lane, so one on either side of a median like we have on the lower Silvertip Trail, then each side has its backup lane. When they're together, so this is just after the median, they share the middle lane as their backup lane. So our submission is that it is substantively inappropriate to be making any change to the number of lanes, either at the bottom of the median area or above the median area.
believe we have a question from the board member.
Thank you for your presentation so far. I was curious, with the fact that Section 641 of the MGA limits the SDAB with respect to our appeal to whether or not the direction of council was followed, how would you frame your argument around your objection to the off-site improvements in terms of direction not being followed?
Thank you for the invitation. So I'll ask the board to, I will just reference, I don't need the board to necessarily look at it, but our April 15th submission at paragraph 3 notes that for a jurisdictional error by the Development Authority, recourse is an appeal to the board. So like long background here, there is, and the Supreme Court has just recently relit this flame, but originally, all complaints about government direction were complaints that you would take to the court. Then, as part of the development of the administrative law state, the governments, provincial and federal governments, and then eventually the municipal governments created administrative tribunals. So, and this is one of them. So an administrative tribunal, so typically what would happen is that you would have an appeal, a statutory appeal right to a body. And then sometimes there would be, so it wouldn't, at common law, the court of superior jurisdiction, so in this case it was the Queen's Bench and is now King's Bench, that court is what they call a court of inherent jurisdiction. So that means that it doesn't really matter what the law says, like the written law, the statutes, that court always has the power to review government decision-making, including the decision-making of an administrative tribunal. So then what we had was a system where we had both the right to appeal, a statutory right to appeal, and a common law right for judicial review. Over time, in Alberta and in other places, but certainly in Alberta, what emerged was that the court, in this case, in the municipal situation, the appeal has always been from the Subdivision Development Appeal Board up to the Court of Appeal. It's not a direct appeal. You have to get permission first, and then you have an appeal. But you don't go to King's Bench. The jurisdictional judicial review, that's through King's Bench. So two different bodies that are potentially making same decisions, conflicting decisions on the same matter. So the case law evolved, and the decision was that the Court of Queen's Bench at the time indicated that you need to use your adequate alternative remedy. And that even if you're looking at what you see to be a jurisdictional error, don't come to us. You have an appeal right, go there. I'm sure those guys can sort it out. So even if there was no section direct control jurisdiction, sorry, a viable direct control appeal that was live here, this board would still, according to the case law, have the ability to deal with the jurisdictional issue. So, and I should say, like, I'm talking to you about law, and I haven't provided you cases. If the board would like submissions and cases around these things after this hearing, I would be happy to supply those. So just please let me know. The board is not, an argument inviting board, and it is not an evidence seeking board, but if the board requires substantiation of the things that I've said here, then please afford me the opportunity to provide that.
Anything further on that at this time? Please continue.
Thank you. So now I will head back to so when we saw these plans originally and the planning report originally, the planning report said nothing about the landscaping calculations on the site. The planning report referred only exclusively to the development area. So there was no way for us to know whether or not it was in compliance because the work was simply never done. Or it was maybe done behind the scenes, but it was not disclosed to the Development Authority, which was a Canmore Planning Commission. So I was not at that meeting. It's possible that the Planning Commission asked questions about, okay, well, you've given us landscaping numbers for the development area, but what are the landscaping numbers for the site? What I can tell you is that the written materials before the Planning Commission did not address the landscaping requirements for the site. We did not, in our submission, say that the landscaping requirements were not met. We said, we don't know, because nobody has shown it. And for certain, the drawings that were approved on, I'm going to say, page L05 or L05B, they talk specifically, just at the top of the middle of the page, there's a block, and it says the number of things that are included in the landscaping that are being called landscaping. So in that is a whole list of things, including what reads as the outdoor amenity spaces that are part of the spa, like the sitting areas. Now, that's actually something I should address with the board. So, just have to think where I have this. So as to the question, and so I heard Ms. Drost explain to the board that 26% of the site is landscaped under this plan. I literally have not seen that. So I don't know. I have not been, I don't have that. It doesn't say that on the plans, so I don't know. But what I can say is that I have, in terms of what's on that plan about what's included in the landscaping, under the direct control bylaw, it states, and this is in contrast, recall, to what was originally required under the highway commercial district, the commercial highway commercial district. That land use bylaw district required 15% landscaping, and it required landscaping of the boulevard, like the city right-of-way had to also be landscaped and maintained over time. So, and that development permit actually states that plantings must be replaced on a continuing basis, and the board has that approval in its package. So, in contrast to that 15% requirement for this property, which is noted, I'm going to say in the I can't remember which of the many past policy documents, but it talks about how this is like a key site, visible from the highway, this sort of thing, and entry into the resort. So for this site, the 6.1, 14.11.6.1 requires a minimum 25% of the site to be landscaped, but then it goes on to talk about outdoor amenity space. So outdoor amenity space includes and isn't limited to plazas, patios, and other pedestrian gathering places. They can be substituted for some natural landscaping. The term natural landscaping is defined in the land use bylaw. If the board would like me to pull that, I have that. Oh, it's actually in our definitions in our original, so this is at page 316 of 330. So landscaping in the land use bylaw means the modification and enhancement of a site or development through the use of the following elements: natural landscaping native to Western Canada consisting of vegetation, such as trees, shrubs, hedges, grass, and other ground cover, hard landscaping consisting of non-vegetative materials such as brick, stone, concrete, tile, and wood, excluding monolithic concrete and asphalt, and excludes all areas utilized for driveways and parking. And natural landscaping is defined to mean the incorporation of native vegetation or local materials on a site and does not include hardscape materials. So what we have here is all these places may be substituted for some natural landscaping. Again, this is no hardscaping. And so outdoor amenity space must be, there's only a certain kind of outdoor amenity space that can be substituted for natural landscaping, for the 25% natural landscaping, and that is outdoor amenity space that is adjacent to a sidewalk or public trail to be considered as landscaping. So if we look back at the definitions there, the question is, what is a sidewalk? Well, sidewalk is typically the walkway that is at the side of a road. And we can see they talk about public pathway there or public trail. What we have from the bylaw, they don't define those terms, but they include these two terms, pedestrian pathway, and that means a sidewalk. So pedestrian pathway means a sidewalk, or trail or other linear development to accommodate a variety of non-motorized modes of travel, including but not limited to walking and riding bicycles. And a public thoroughfare, again, this is the concept, sidewalk being part of a road right-of-way, and part of functionally part of what is termed a road, like in the legal term road writ large, it's sort of property line to property line. So a public trail is any pathway, sidewalk, bridge, lane, service road, local street, collector street, arterial, or highway. So the upshot of that is that when in this section 6.1, if you're wanting to use outdoor amenity space in exchange for some of the natural landscaping, what you need to do is have it adjacent to a public area, and that is the thing that allows you to substitute some natural landscaping. So the plans show very clearly, and in that block at the top, talks about all these sort of hardscaped areas that are really part of the outdoor amenity space of this pool, which are not anywhere close to a sidewalk or a public trail. So again, I still don't have clear evidence, and there isn't a document, as far as I know, there's not a document before the board that details exactly where the landscaping is. I will note that I was on site at the property, and since I received the landscaping plans on Friday after my plane landed, they were sent while my plane was in the air. So I received it and I flipped through the documents. I had some family obligations, but because I was delivering a child to Lake Louise to work on Sunday, I stopped in and went and took a look at the site so I could compare the existing landscaping plan and the landscaping that was now on site. I noticed that at the rear of the property, so the original development required a whole bunch of planting on the cemetery side of the property. This property has actually been designed from the start where the majority of the screening landscaping is done, is done off the site. So that original development permit required landscaping on the, and does the board have access to that landscaping plan? Is it maybe, okay, so I'll just speak to this because I'm sort of familiar with the lay of it, but you can see there's trees and shrubs on the cemetery side of the property, and on the landscape, on the hotel side, there is what they call an informal hedge of caragana. Sorry, I'm wrong, Cotoneaster. So this might not be visible there. On an electronic copy, you can sort of zoom in and see the wording there, but there's a whole hedge that's supposed to be along that area. Of course, one of the things about Cotoneaster is that it gets very big. You can occupy a whole bunch of space and provide really wonderful, dense, deciduous screening. So on site the other day, I noticed that that hedge is not on site. I also noticed that there are some areas behind the hotel where there is, so for example, right to the side of the parkade entrance, there's the landscaping plans, the original landscaping plans show bushes. There are rocks there now. There are areas behind the hotel, at sort of the bend in the hotel, that are shown as landscaped with a number of bushes, that sort of thing. These areas have, it's just gravel. So that's just the current state of affairs. Whether there is 25% landscaping on this property or there is not, I don't think that I haven't seen the evidence. I don't think that the board has the evidence before it.
I believe we have a question from the board at this time. Go ahead.
There is some documentation in our presentation about Fire Smart, and so I'm not sure, I guess that would be a question, because that affects the amount and quality and location of landscaping. So
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that in this instance, but okay.
So I'll take a shot at this. I was very interested to see, so it's really the location of the, as I say in the materials today, is a very complicated property. Very complicated property with very small amount of area for development. And so the buildings are right against the 4.5 meter setback, and then there's a 4 meter right of way right at the property line. So when the board has certainly seen what we're sort of calling the fist. So it sort of looks like this on the plans, where it's like there's this big red area where you're not allowed to have any conifers. That's very serious, right? Because the conifers provide year-round screening. This is not a place where we're in bloom and in leaf most of the year. This is a place where most of the time the leaves are on the ground. More than 50% of the time the leaves are on the ground. So that's a 10-meter setback. So I'm sure that the town will be able to better speak to this, but what I see in the town documents is a 2018 wildfire document, and it's on the town website. I should just maybe tell you exactly what the name of it is. I'll get you the name of the 2018 document at the break. So that document sets out a number of different wildfire containment strategies. This includes things like sort of a area where there is no vegetation right near structures, this sort of thing. So that document states in it that the town council will determine what to apply under the land use bylaw. The land use bylaw has one section on fire smart setbacks. And the fire smart setbacks that are mandated by the bylaw, so this is a policy decision that council made. Council made the decision to apply only the 1.5 meter setback. These documents, these drawings were approved on the basis of things outside of what council has made a policy decision to apply. So I've had questions around that. I haven't had what I consider to be satisfactory answers. And my view is that particularly, and the board will see this in our submissions, it seems to me that when you have structures that are not, they're habitable under the definition of habitable structures under the land use bylaw, but they're not habitable in the sense of people are sleeping there. Right? They're not habitable in the sense of nobody's supervising them. These are heavily tended structures. And so people are not sleeping there. There isn't that sort of like risk to life safety there, really. If there is going to be a fire, people would be getting out of there pretty quickly, out of the sauna. So that's one piece. The second piece is that the structures themselves are made primarily out of wood. And the shingles from the materials that I saw brought up on the plans, the roofing materials are either the green roof on the one property, on the one building, or they're asphalt shingles. And asphalt shingles are, of course, flammable. And in addition to that, the fencing is wood. So I'm having some trouble getting my head around why there has to be a 10-meter setback to prevent, and in addition, you know, a very short distance away is a whole forest of conifers, and we know that this valley is windy. There is very little. Somebody knows more about this than me, but it doesn't seem to be quite on board when this 10 meters has to be applied so strictly, when A, it's not in the bylaw, council did not choose to apply it, and B, the materials of the development itself appear to be entirely flammable. So. And it's been pointed out to me that, of course, the fire station is right next door. Right. So, yeah, my understanding, well, I'm going to put some words into Base Camp's mouth. I suspect that their plantings were largely directed, and the type of plantings were largely suggested by town suggestions, if sort of how we do things around here. In every municipality, you have sort of bylaw, you have written policies, and then there's the kind of how we do things around here. And I suspect that the 10-meter setback came out of the how we do things around here, and no doubt with reference to, you know, fire smart things pointing out, but those are not sort of policies of the town itself. So my suspicion is that if Base Camp had the option to put up some conifer trees, and they were satisfied themselves that there wasn't a super added fire risk, that my suspicion is that they would be happy to put up conifers, because they do offer a certain kind of screening year-round. So my understanding, and so the plans in front of the board show an access up on Silvertip Trail. The bunt materials show that that access, they call into question whether or not that's a safe access. So the idea is that delivery vehicles will come up Silvertip Trail, pull in, drop off pool supplies, turn around, and now what? So they either go up the road and do a U-E around the median, or they go up the road and have to travel quite some distance at 40 kilometers an hour to find a safe location to turn in off Silvertip Road, and then another place, and then to turn around and come down the hill. Or, so this does not seem to be a good or safe option, and certainly when you have curves and vehicles crossing and cyclists speeding down the hill, and if you're actually up on the site and you're standing there, you can see that the traffic coming down the hill has no visibility of what could potentially be sort of a slow exit from this site, right? So they're coming down quickly. Some of these guys are coming down quite quickly, including bicyclists, and there's this slow truck coming out. This doesn't, coming up and around the median. This does not look safe, and so certainly Stone Creek has said we would prefer to see this just as an emergency access. We actually first asked that it be closed we understand from the fire folks here, the emergency people, that they just require a place. Because there is such a grade difference between the parking lot, something like 5 meters, such a grade difference between the bottom and the top, they need a place to pull in and have their vehicles. And they also need some additional potential accesses into have the various sites, because of course we have people who may not be in particularly good health, or maybe they're in great health, but they have some kind of medical emergency in the heat of the spa or the sauna or whatever like that, and they need to be able to get their hands on these people and get them off site. So the emergency access is required there, but my understanding is that effectively the base camp is, the applicant is prepared to just shuttle their materials for the site up the side of the property via what they call Kubota, which I think is some kind of little vehicle. So that is obviously one of our appeal points. We would like that, that access removed. That was the starting point, but we now understand the requirement for the emergency access, and so we're seeking to have the emergency access that's gated and that, you know, is controlled and just for that purpose. So I note in paragraph 5 of today's submissions that the permit puts a wall of fence and buildings along Silvertip Trail with scant natural screening for them or the hotel, and most of that is in the road right-of-way. So the parties have been just working so hard trying to figure out exactly where everything can go and how this can all be worked. But fundamentally, a development permit is meant to be about the site proper. And so you recall I mentioned that under the 1986 land use bylaw, under the highway commercial district, the developer was supposed to have 15% landscaping, and they were supposed to landscape both on-site and the boulevard. That's the road right-of-way. So that was the bylaw in place at the time. At this point, I actually, now I'm remembering that this is one of the details that I wanted to check in terms of off-site landscaping in the land use bylaw, so I'll just check that a little later. But basically, in any normal development, you keep your landscaping on your own site. You know, you meet your requirements on your own site. So that means that in terms of, you know, framing things, screening things, all this kind of thing, you do that on your own property. So this property, and you know, there's I think an argument between the parties as to whether or not that long wall of buildings and fencing needs to be landscaped and treed and this sort of thing, or the extent to which that needs to be done. So the land use bylaw actually includes a provision that talks about a wall, a fence, and about how you shouldn't have much fence that doesn't have some kind of screening to prevent vandalism. This is actually in the land use bylaw. So second to that, we have the requirement for a pedestrian-oriented landscape. So a pedestrian-oriented landscape, both in the DC district and in the land use bylaw and MDP generally, talks about the facing of buildings to the pedestrian area. In this situation, the concept is for the back of the buildings to be to the pedestrian area. So that, from a planning perspective, is not conducive to a pedestrian landscape. So then the next piece would be, how do you mitigate that? So landscaping. Previously, until about October last year, the whole back end of the hotel was screened coming downhill with all kinds of trees, conifers particularly, and some deciduous trees. So all of that is gone now. So the landscaping that was in place at the time of the hotel development permit was gone, like the natural landscaping that was in place at the time. And then now, so now we're going to have a wall, and, you know, an attractive wall, okay? But, you know, a long contiguous barrier to the entry of the site. And, like, Ken, do you know what length that wall is from the entrance to the top of the property? Yeah. So we're thinking that that distance between the entrance to the top of the property is something around 150 meters. This is not a small distance. So but the fence, my understanding, actually starts at the TransAlta line, just at the south end of the TransAlta line, kind of goes around that. So it includes the TransAlta line utility right-of-way in the spa site. So it will be a little bit shorter than that. It's maybe, let's call it 100 meters, okay? So that's a 100-meter wall of fence and buildings of various kinds. So the fence, so as it's been pointed out in the applicant's submissions, a fence is one way to screen things, right? But in this situation, as our submissions note, this is not a fence of the typical variety. So I'm 6 feet tall, just maybe a hair shy. This is a fence that's another foot taller than me, a little bit more than a foot taller than me. So my submission to this board is that when you're talking about a fence of this height, this is not a fence that is offering screening. It is effectively a wall of a roofless building, right? And so at that point, what you have is this unbroken expanse of at least 7 foot tall massing along this, what is supposed to be a pedestrian way. So my submission is that in that situation, what are required? So for the screening of the softening, the screening of the fence needs to happen, of the buildings that are there, and there are some of the roof lines there that are really quite tall, like not 30 feet, but 16 or 20 feet maybe. I maybe got that, maybe at 16 meters, do you know? In any event, some heights, and you can see it on some of the visuals that have been provided just in the last couple of days. So those things should be screened as part of providing the pedestrian pathway, but they should also be screened and provided trees to be, let's recall that an accessory use on this property is a discretionary permit. There's no right to this permit. And this permit, this property is being developed in a context. And the context of this development, of this property, is both the DC bylaw that requires all this screening, all these trees, and then it's also the context of the greater Silvertip ASP. So I will note for the board a couple of different things just that I discovered over time. So first of all, the DC bylaw, a DC bylaw is normally adopted and not changed. So you have to go back to the original bylaw to read it, to see what it means, to see how it connects with the rest of the bylaw. That didn't happen here. There were amendments made to this DC bylaw. It's very surprising to me. I've actually not seen that before. So at one point, when this was adopted in 1999, that DC bylaw required this property, it was going to be in compliance. Once the land uses, et cetera, were sorted out as part of the Palliser Trail ASP, then that would be part of that. So that was in the purpose statement. The current purpose statement states that the development is supposed to be in compliance with the Silvertip ASP. So until August 13th of last year, this property was not part of the Silvertip ASP. You cannot see this, as far as I can tell, in the Silvertip ASP that any change was made. However, a change was made last August where, even though it's not written on the face of the document showing the amendment, that certain maps were replaced, certain language was added into the bylaw, and suddenly, last August, this property that's under the DC bylaw that says its purpose is to conform, to be in compliant, to be in alignment with the Silvertip ASP, this property was brought in, and for unknown reasons, the town decided to recommend, and I watched the hearing, the town recommended that the property be brought into the ASP and that it be exempted from the from the policies in the ASP. Nonetheless, it says that Block 17 is exempt from the policies of the ASP, but I think that because this property is included in this ASP, the whole overarching piece of and its purpose is to be in conformity with the ASP, like under the land use bylaw. We have to take a look at the impact of what that ASP, what the relevance is. And the ASP, and this is not the policies that don't apply, the ASP, the introduction states out the background and intention, and it says, all development within the plan area, and that includes this property now, since August, all development within the plan area is undertaken with an effort to respect and retain the existing natural environment and to preserve the integrity of the local ecosystems through minimal tree clearing, etc. Now, the general, in terms of, so that's the context, and even if you can say that the policies themselves don't apply, this is what's on the adjacent properties. This is the kind of expectation on the adjacent properties, and because it's part of the policy, my submission is that council has made a decision to include it in this sort of resort area. That was, of course, exactly what was the situation in the first place, because this property was part of that master plan, and it was originally developed under the master plan that applied to the entire Silvertip area. So one of the policies, which again, they do not specifically apply, but I just want you to understand this is the context. They talk in the ASP about creating a higher standard of design to reflect the unique alpine setting. So having sort of a long wall of varying heights and materials and stuff like that without the kind of alpine setting, without the natural sort of conifers and this sort of thing, my submission to this board is that that is not in keeping with what is expected under this ASP for this property and what is expected from the direct control bylaw, whose purpose statement references this ASP. So I'll just provide the reference, the MDP, section 10.1.3. It states, building, this is under the heading orientation and massing, building orientation and massing. It states, buildings will front toward and address the public street and provide quality spaces that contribute to the public realm. It also states, front yard parking areas are discouraged. So the board will be aware that a very significant piece of Stone Creek's concern is around the pathway. So we've talked about the pathway taking up a lane of vehicular traffic. I'm going to leave that behind. Now the question is around, so what I saw when looking at the plans originally was that, so a road right-of-way is typically something often sort of minimum standards is sort of 30 meters or 33 meters. And I think at the bottom of this area where the median is in the middle of 5-meter wide median, we're talking about a wider area. But in any typical road right-of-way, you'll have the driving area, you'll have the curbs, you'll have the sidewalks, and you'll usually have, certainly in urban areas, some unpaved areas, no hardscaping, so just some natural landscaping, whether that's weeds or grass or trees or whatever. So in this situation, in fact, between the back of the curb and the property line is a 3-meter expanse of non-paved area. So the town is in a very unique situation here. It's quite a small area, a lot of people very active. Even the people who come to visit are often active, and the town has a vision and a goal, a stated goal about changing the modal split. And what they talk about when they're talking about changing the modal split, they mean getting people out of their cars and onto their feet, onto their bicycles, onto buses, onto rideshare, all these kinds of things. And what that does is allow there to be less congestion and less demand for parking, these sorts of things. This town has done significant work in terms of figuring out how to manage traffic and has parking plans around this. For example, there are requirements in the integrated parking plan, the 2018 integrated parking management plan. They talk very clearly about encouraging hotels to have enough space on site so that visitors can come and leave their vehicle at that location. And then that means that the smaller trips in town are by taxi or Uber, or maybe they're just walking across the bridge, this sort of thing, riding their bikes. So now we have the whole moving the pathway potentially into the 3-meter right-of-way. And then, do you need a break? Is that, no? Okay. The question is, so on the other side of the road, about, I'm going to say 3 years ago, Stone Creek, when the church was developed, Stone Creek paved a pathway up on the other side of Silvertip, goes all the way up the hill. Beautiful pathway, beautifully paved pathway. So there is already connectivity in the area. Nonetheless, the town, as part of its planning in the 2018 Transportation Management Plan, Integrated Transportation Plan, shows this side of Silvertip Trail to have a bike lane. So as part of the town's effort to have this modal split, that's what they're looking for. So then the question is, where's this path going to go? And so where the path is going to go is not so tricky because there's that space beside the road. There's also, actually, those lanes are 4 meters wide. They actually only need, like, minimum requirements would be 3 meters for the interior lane and 3.3 meters width for the exterior lane, which would accommodate a bus. Now, in terms of the construction timing and everything like that, when you have these big semis and that sort of thing, maybe those lanes are a little tight and the 4 meters would be better, but there is about 1.7 meters in there that, at least for a stretch, could be accommodated, could be included in the area for this pathway without impairing the 2 lanes. So then the question is, for a pathway, there's not really any problem, right? We pave it over, drive on. But, and for Stone Creek, where the pathway is, sort of doesn't really have so much effect on the functioning of Silvertip Trail or on its look. The pathway might be at this edge, or it might be in the middle, or it might be over here, but in any event, the pathway's there. Fine. The issue here is about where the trees are going to go. So the original design has the pathway on the road, and about half of that area planted, including trees, a few trees every 10 meters, every 30 feet. We discovered, as part of our investigations into this, that in fact, there's a gas line running up where the trees were proposed to be planted. Is that right? Yeah? Sorry, a gas main. I'm understanding it was the gas main, which is the entire feed for the subdivision above. So, and in this whole right-of-way, the road right-of-way, and including even further onto the property in the 4-meter utility right-of-way that the town has on the subject property, there are different lines. There's the gas line, there's the electrical line, up to the entrance to the property. There's also a water line, a 300-millimeter water line. The town has plans to create a loop to service the sort of Palliser area, is my understanding. And so the town, although you don't see this in the subdivision conditions, as again, this town has decided basically on a policy basis not to enumerate the actual conditions, the off-site conditions. And somehow, even in this case, my understanding actually is that it's an open question as to whether or not this 300-millimeter line is supposed to be in the road right-of-way or in the utility right-of-way. The last information I have is that the plan is for it to be in the utility right-of-way, east of the entrance to the site. Lower down, between Palliser Trail and the entrance, it's actually in the road right-of-way. So it seems to be crossing over and then going up that way. In any event, all these lines, they have setbacks. And so the question is, where can the trees go? So again, we go back to this idea, when you're supposed to be, when you're making your own development permit, your landscaping, your requirements are on your property. You don't get to put your hands on the town's property and have your landscaping fulfilled on the town's property. Well, I'm using the town's property liberally here because, of course, the town doesn't actually own the roads, but, you know, let's just call the roads the town's property for this purpose. So, but in this case, because this is such a tight site, because it is such a complicated site, and trees, so far, according to the terms I understand of the utility right-of-way, trees can't be planted there on the property site. I have suggested that, you know, perhaps there could be some agreements around that, or maybe the utility right-of-way could be narrowed, or, you know, there are lots of options that can happen, but, I mean, you need time to implement those things. So, but what we have, let's just say from 1.7 meters into the road right-of-way, past to the edge of the curb, then 3 meters, and then 4 meters more. So it's quite a long distance here, but it's a live question as to where any trees could go, because we just don't know yet. And so, because that's the situation, there is no certainty here before the board. There is no landscaping on that property along that wall providing any screening. So that is why Stone Creek is so concerned to know, how is this going to work? It actually, to me, looks as if from Palliser Trail to the mouth of the property, probably it seems fairly likely that will have to be regraded, the berm taken down, and the path put on Base Camp's property and then replanted. And that seems to me a fairly reasonable option, but, you know, that's not for me to do, but that just looks like a potential option. And that, of course, would include the possibility of trees down in that area. So I'll just refer the board to paragraph 29 and 30 of our submission for today. And I note that the applicant argues that it should have the permit without delay because the pathway and the related landscaping are off-site improvements. And I agree. Well, not all of the pathway, because what's being currently discussed, not the thing that's before you, but what's being currently discussed is for the pathway to go on the base camp site in the utility right-of-way. So to the extent that if they're off-site, and if the landscaping is off-site, yes, they are off-site improvements. But I draw the board's attention to paragraph 30, in which I just reiterate the idea that this development is laid out on the property in a way that leaves zero space on site for its own trees along Silvertip Trail. Again, it's a great long stretch. This is a very fancy resort community. It's all supposed to be alpine. This is a discretionary permit. So Stone Creek has wanted to see if we could make this work in a way that wouldn't require, we certainly talked about the possibility of moving the buildings away from the property line, but just eyeballing the plans, anyone can see there just isn't a lot of space there to move the buildings away. So, okay, there's still a lot of land there. So can we not get the trees into the road right of way? It's my view, and I think that it's entirely possible for the board to impose planting conditions in the road right-of-way. Certainly, I've seen that in many situations before. So-and-so needs to build a pathway and needs to add some plantings along the pathway, this sort of thing. This is very standard condition, frequently applied in this province. And Stone Creek is of the view that to the extent that there is going to be planting on the city lands, while we would like to come out of this hearing, if we're going to come out of this hearing with an approval, and frankly, Stone Creek, we're a little uncertain because we haven't sort of been able to sort of nail down. We would like to be able to, our preference, as we've said in our materials, is to have the board make a decision based on certain directions, like an interim decision. You go away and you finish up the plans, you get these things designed, at least in broad terms. So in this area, so many-ish trees, shrubs, these kinds of things, or qualitatively, the language around from the DC bylaw, like not visible from the street, intensive landscaping, this kind of qualitative thing. Those things can be implemented into details later, but what we would like to come out, it is really not Stone Creek's interest to delay base camp. Base camp has a real live business with people whose jobs are on the line. This is not a joke. If we can get through this hearing and get to a spot where we can move forward, that would be our significant preference. But to do that, because of the way that the land and all the setbacks are, it's our view that what the board should do is send base camp away, require it to do the design, and come back with plans. And I understand that this may require some serious work in a short amount of time, and I understand that the town may need to clear its schedule to also really look at this, but that's the preference. And understand, if it's the case that this board is saying, well, we can't require plantings off-site, if it's saying we can't, this kind of thing, then I think that the only option that Stone Creek can do, can pursue here, is to ask the board to turn the permit down and send base camp back to do the design from the start. I will tell you, that is our last option. That is not what we want to come away with here. What we want to come away with is a beautifully well-functioning entrance to Silvertip Resort. End stop. If that involves planting the town land, if that involves having some design, if that involves sending us away to go and work out the terms of like what would be designed and how it would be designed, maybe we can get those terms organized. But anyways, if it's the case that the board can't see clear because of further submissions to requiring plantings of a qualitative nature or quantitative nature, broad, ideas, if the board can't see clear to doing this, then our submission is that we would request that the board revoke the permit, overturn the permit, and send Base Camp back to do the design that involves trees on their own property. So our understanding, again, the off-site conditions that are presented in under the development permit, this is really a problem when you have small municipalities that are only applying very loose general off-site terms. You don't know what is required. What the drawings show is that Base Camp was to design and build a pathway from Palliser Trail all the way up to the end of its property. So that is 315 meters. And then there would be a gap of about 69 meters between the top of the property and the existing paved pathway on Stone Creek's lands, just to the east. So not far. It's about the same distance, actually, as the distance from Palliser Trail to the entry to the site. It's just a little distance. So again, from the drawings and not from the terms, the conditions that are actually in the approval, the permit, the anticipation was that the town would, as a condition, as an imposition under the development agreement, that the town would require Base Camp to construct a pathway from Palliser Trail to the eastern edge of the property. As the board saw from our materials, which, and I will just say that in case the board is wondering, the materials that we provided prior on April 15th to the board, they were circulated to the applicant for comment and for their okay for us to put those in. So those were, known to both parties before they came in. So at that point, the applicant had further committed to constructing the pathway up to that existing paved pathway. So that's not on the original approval, but it's our submission that if the board is going to approve this permit, it would be appropriate for the board to require the construction of a pathway within maybe the 1.7 meters out of the paved area, maybe the 3 meters of the road right-of-way that is not paved, maybe in the utility right-of-way, anywhere in that, I'm going to say 8.7 meter stretch, that there is this pathway that goes from the Palliser Trail connection at the bottom all the way up to the top of the property, 350 meters, and then from there up to the existing pathway. And I have a reference for you. Which I've lost now. There is I believe, an MDP reference that around connectivity and the requirement. Oh, here it is. It's actually in my material. So this is at page 40. It states, Stone Creek notes that there's ample policy justification for requiring the full pathway. The municipal development plan's general commercial policies mandate increased connectivity. So 10.1.8 states, pedestrian infrastructure shall be provided, shall, not may. This is a statutory document. So a statutory document cannot be varied. shall be provided to increase connectivity between neighborhoods, the town center, and other commercial areas. This is a commercial area down at the bottom, and there are also obviously neighboring areas like all the staff housing. At the top, we have commercial and we have residential. So my submission is that this is appropriate. This is what we're talking about here, that the MDP mandates the connection from Palliser Trail all the way up to that paved pathway. And then I just note that my understanding is that if this is going to be designed, the pathway is going to be on the base camp property, instead of in the road right of way, the 4.7 meters, 3 or 4.7 meters that are available in the road right of way, if it's going to be on their property, then the town will necessarily require an access easement for public access. So at that point, when the town has an access easement in that area, where it already has a utility right of way, then we go to 10.1.9, and it says the design of public systems, including pathways, landscaping, and street furniture, should support and encourage pedestrian and bicycle modes of transportation for accessing the town center and other commercial areas. It's my submission to the board that it is not appropriate for this to be a path to nowhere. For people to, it may be that, local residents might get on this path and say, oh, it ends at the base camp property. This is a town of visitors. So what happens? They start walking up that path, they get to the end, and now they're either walking on the street or they're trying to pick their way along a forest of trees. There is actually sort of like a little single lane track right at the edge of the curb there, in at least some of the spots, and so that could potentially be an area where somebody's sort of clambering along. I don't think that that's appropriate. So in terms of protecting, in terms of safety, in terms of the policy, my submission is that this board should require the construction of any bicycle pathway, pedestrian pathway, multi-use pathway on this side of the road to connect to the existing pathway above, completely in alignment with the mandatory policy. And now I understand there may be some question, certainly the applicant's materials indicate a reluctance. There was, as I say, there was an idea that they would construct this previously, up the additional 69 meters. In their materials it says 325 meters, I think, or 350 meters, but that's actually from Palliser to the top, thereabouts. So I have now lost my train of thought. In any event, I believe that should be constructed. And the question is, who's going to pay for it? So as I say in paragraph 39, there are 3 potential options for who's going to build this path. The first is the applicant that is currently trying to create a commercial venture on this property, and that is currently subject to the MDP's mandatory provision of connectivity to existing pathways, between existing pathways. There's the town, which may be interested in contributing, and there's Stone Creek. So it's possible right now, if the requirement is only to construct to the top of the property, to the edge of to the end of the property, then in the future, when Stone Creek goes to develop its own lands, Stone Creek expects that the town will be looking to Stone Creek to fund that distance. Stone Creek owns lands in that area? Stone Creek owns land in that area, and Stone Creek has agreed to provide, has committed to provide lands for the pathway. And the head of Stone Creek said, it's not very nice to be on the road, so better for it to get down into the ditch to get away from the traffic. That's where, where it would be a nice place to be traveling. Whether it goes there or not, doesn't matter. Stone Creek is prepared to put the land on the table outside the road right of way, and for that to be its contribution to this path. And, but if the idea is that at the end of the day, the the plan, it's our submission that the board should require Base Camp to make that connectivity. And if the town wishes to go away and contribute to that, it can do that as part of the development agreement process, which of course is entirely within its ability. But we would just prefer that Stone Creek be kept out of this, other than in the provision of some land for a path. Mr. Chair, that is all I have for submissions. I'd like to, if the board would like to take a break now, that would be fine, but whether before or after that, I'd like to ask Karen Finley to come up. She is the Senior Vice President of Resort Development with Stone Creek, to say a few words. So I just invite the board to weigh in on timing on that.
Okay, before we do that, does the board have any questions arising from the presentation we just heard from the appellant? Go ahead.
You have provided some proposed revised conditions for the development permit.
That's true.
And have you had a discussion with Base Camp about those?
Yes, we have.
Okay, all right. That's good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from? Okay, thank you.
And maybe I should just point out that those conditions, the numbers in them, so 1A, whatever, they correlate to, we produced a plan and they're labeled 1A, et cetera. I will say we've had a bit of feedback around that. What we were trying to do is give that kind of qualitative, kind of like this amount of density in this area. It may be that rather than sort of like, it could say approximately this kind of numbers, or it could say something like, use the wording from the DC bylaw around intensive, or this kind of thing, where we have some flexibility around that. And of course, the board will make its own decision.
Thank you. I have a quick question for the clerk, procedurally, before we, would this be considered part of the presentation from the applicant, the next speaker, or should that go under people in favor of both?
It's at the board's discretion.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
please approach the podium, but that's.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, can I just ask a point of procedure? May I approach?
Certainly.
I'm not trying to interfere with your next presentation. I'm just asking how long the board is prepared to sit today, because we just heard over 2 hours of presentation.
We don't.
We haven't.
Yeah, that's a
been
fair
up to
question.
bat
We
yet.
don't have a timeline on that. It's as long as the procedure takes. Sure.
Okay, fair enough.
Everyone will get a chance to make their submissions.
Thank you.
Hello and thank you. It's Karen Finley, Senior Vice President for Resort Development. Thank you for your time and hours and patience today. As our council has pointed out to you, it has been an intricate process, and I hope to be swift and open to questions, certainly. But just wanted to remind you, in the face of all of these details, that we have been steadfast with the reason why we originally submitted an appeal, and we continue to try to seek a solution. Stone Creek Resorts wants a, as we have said, well-functioning and beautifully designed entrance. And the key concerns that we saw in the original notice of approval was that a lane was removed from the plan, and in actually finding some agreement that perhaps that didn't have to be on the plan, it then became a question of what do we do then with the proposed pathway and landscaping. And again, our council has gone into a lot of detail about all of that. We also began to look at the entirety of the project just to see where the compliances were. The key problem that we've come up with, and we have sought many, many remedies, and I would say again, we have been steadfast to be at the table and to be in participation with Base Camp in trying to find a remedy. I will also like to point out that prior to the appeal, there was not opportunity for this dialogue. So there wasn't engagement in this process that helped us get to this point. And so everything that we have done, which has been a lot of work on both sides, and including the town, so on everybody's part, there's been a lot of engagement and a lot of work that has gone on with this, but it is subsequent to us filing the appeal in terms of the information that we have been able to gather and understand about all of this. Key significant portion is this is the entrance to our community. We have 350 homes already with residents. We have guests that regularly come. And as you know from the area structure plan, we plan to build a very wonderful community at the top of the hill. This will continue to be a very important entrance for us in perpetuity. And so I want to reiterate that we have supported Base Camp in terms of trying to meet their timelines, and we have further supported Base Camp in trying to keep their site design as tight as they can. And it did take some doing to get there, but that's where we've arrived. And I think today we came with some conditions that we wrote as what we thought would be a specific understanding of remedy in terms of what concerned us. So with the lane closure, if you have the row of trees and you have a pathway, how do you just move it over? The how do you just move it over, as has been described, has been a very, very difficult thing to accomplish because of all of the constraints. Nonetheless, it was our attempt to do that. I think that in our discussions during the adjournment, which we thank you for, that Base Camp was able to share with us something similar that they had done more pictorially. And so I actually have a really great sense that we're not that far off. But there are constraints here that we simply cannot control. And so as a custodian for this community and a representative for the people who live there, the people who will live there, and for all of our guests now and into the future, I have to stand up and say that we would like to maintain the access and we would like to have a beautiful entranceway that's in keeping with policy and the general sense of Canmore, supporting and upholding the integrated pedestrian and multi-user kinds of pathways, as well as the landscape. And so what we've proposed has been in line with that. And if there are constraints, we would ask that you consider it on the whole and consider it as something that I think is compatible with what Base Camp might be able to present. But that in the absence of further time, we aren't at a resolution right now, not succinctly. But I think you can see that we are trying to get there. We have made a lot of attempts to do that. And I think that our community would be well served to implement the kinds of screening, the trees, the experience, the pathway that has been described here today. So policy all aside, it is the experience of our users, both for Base Camp and for Stone Creek Resorts, that is really of primary importance to us. On that, we are aligned. And we have hit a lot of constraints where we would ask for the board's direction in consideration of our specific conditions, whether on-site or off-site, as to whether or not we can move in that direction. One of the key problems that we have with what has been proposed has to do with the fact that we were not included in engagement prior to this appeal process. So the remedy has been suggested to us that we take the design considerations and move them to a development agreement process. We are not party to the development agreement process. We have not had time in the last 4 hours to cobble together a memorandum of understanding. We were not considered to be part of the initial engagement, and a lane was taken away from our community. And that is how we have seen this process to date and the context within which we come to it. And so for us to then say, we will then abdicate our concerns to a development agreement process that we are not a part of is not in keeping with us understanding that we will get what it is that we're asking for. So we are asking the board to consider certainty on behalf of Stone Creek Resorts, its residents, and its current and future users and future residents, and to give us the certainty that we seek, that we will actually have a well-functioning and beautiful entrance to our community, while allowing Base Camp to proceed with their development permit. And whatever powers that we can ask you for, that they be used today to accommodate that. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Finley?
Yes, when and if did they come out and approach you on the development? When did they reach out to you on the development for your comment, input, or involvement?
Funny story. Despite all appearances today, we actually are friends and we do get along. And I was new to Stone Creek Resorts as of January. Have learned a lot of history in this process. And I was having lunch with Burrell from Base Camp, and he proudly said that they received a development permit. At the same time, my colleague John was having lunch at Mountain House, and he saw a sign posted indicating the notice of decision. And he took a picture of it. And when we reconvened after lunch, we spoke about it. And we began to look at the plan in earnest. And we said, well, what is this? And there was some confusion, actually. Again, all about that lane closure that began it. And then for us, we were very motivated and immediately flagged this concern with Base Camp. So when did that occur? Whenever the posting, I don't know, February 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm going to recommend a 10-minute recess before proceeding with the further presentations. I think I'm seeing a lot of head nods in agreement with that, so we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. For those of you who don't know, the washrooms are straight down the hall that way.
The record, my name is Biral Fazeki. I'm the president of real estate at Base Camp Resorts. Thank you for your time today, genuinely. So today I'm joined by several members of our team. We have Carol McAllery, policy and planning consultant, Bob Homersham, our legal counsel. Michael Shipley was here, he had to leave. He's the development manager, but I think I can fill in for that role. Chris Sparrows is a principal at Metaphor and the prime consultant and architect. Antoine Lagarrick is our VP of Special Projects. I assure you they will all not be speaking. Two matters that I'll clean up before I go into my actual presentation. We heard from the appellant that there was a position that we had felt the council did not follow direction. I just want to clarify that by reading out paragraph 14 of our submission. Respondents do not take a position as to whether or not the DA followed the direction of council with regards to the closure of one of the vehicle lanes. The distinction here is we do take a position. We're not opposed to it. This was drafted in the context of great collaboration. As Karen pointed out, we are friends. There's a great history here. We are trying to find a resolution. Our challenge is and still remains, we just want to build a spa and we want to contribute to the general community. And there's been a lot of discussion today that can potentially trip us up on that vision. So we're going to try to be very cautious and present to you two solutions. The first is approve as is, or uphold the approval as is, with two minor amendments to our conditions, to the development permit conditions. The second is we're proposing an alternative design that is exceptionally minor in its alterations, but because it contemplates the removal of that lane, you'll see that the removal of that lane from our plan, you'll see that it accomplishes a lot of great things with that removal. I want to emphasize right now, and you'll hear me emphasize it multiple times throughout my presentation, is we're agnostic to what this board decides. We're providing the board with the tools to hopefully side with Base Camp in delivering a spa to the community. The next point of affair I want to address is with regards to engagement. I think it's important to clarify some facts because from my background in development, which is 30 years now, engagement is exceptionally important to me. Engagement is also a two-way street. We did engage with Stone Creek. In fact, I've been with Base Camp, I think, just over 12, 14 months now. One of my first people that I went to was Guy and John, and I sat in their office in Calgary. They explained the issues they had with our spa design at that time, which is basically order of magnitude. I think the concern was that it was competing with their spa or their visions for spa. And we said, sure, we're not going to go for a land use amendment. We're going to cut this spa in half, and it'll be an accessory use to the hotel only. Great. We can get on side with that. That was our consultation. Now, another piece of, I think, relevant information, we stripped and graded that site in October. I think it's incumbent on all of us, when you see something change in the community, to stick up your hand and say, hey, what changed? What went on there? Hey, you guys are our friends. You're our neighbors. Can you share us your plans? That never happened. So we're all busy people. Should I have gone to them? Maybe. I didn't. But I also think on the broad strokes of the principles of the spa, we were aligned. I'm not sure I believe they should have kind of a view or line of sight into proprietary or competitive design elements of a spa. Just my own personal view. Anyway, I think Sky as well will speak to this because there was consultation, so I do take exception that there is no engagement. Okay, now let's start the presentation. After a few hours, let's have a little bit of fun. 7 years ago.
Sorry, we have a question for you.
Of course.
You are going to request that we either approve as is, or you have an alternative design? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So 7 years ago, Base Camp started in Canmore with one property, a dog named Moose, and a heck of a lot of grit. 7 years later, it has not been without its bumps. Through this time, we have matured a lot, we've learnt a lot, and we're grateful for the patience that this council and administration has afforded us over the 7 years. Today, we are focused on becoming an industry leader. Bluntly put, this means we just need to get a lot better in everything we do. Our core values are simple. We are trailblazers. We are passionate about what we do, and everything we do is done in collaboration and with integrity. Lastly, we deeply value community, whether it is internally at base camp or within the communities we serve. In Canmore, where we're based, we've now developed over 8 properties. Of course, we've been talking about the Sheraton 4 Points, which then became the Holiday Inn. And as you can see from the pictures and the previous picture that council showed us, the 2000s was not very kind to design. Now, the last 26 years has not been very kind either. The hotel has fallen into great disrepair, and in December 2023, well, technically January 2023, Base Camp took on its most ambitious project, and we did a full gut job of that hotel. And I'm sure some of you may have even seen the inside. Now, within 8 months, we have successfully opened the hotel's doors and branded it as Mountain House. This is definitely our most ambitious and distinguished property. It is our flagship. We take great pride in it. Mountain House became an instant success among our guests, and we really wanted to elevate the guest experience by taking that next step and developing a Nordic spa on the property. I think I'll have Antoine speak briefly at one point to the spa's vision, because I think it's critical, again, that this board hears what we're trying to deliver to the market space. Now, our decision to enter the spa business was not taken lightly. We wanted the town of Canmore, as well as the residents, to be exceptionally proud of what we're planning to bring to the area. This is why we hired Antoine and why he relocated from Quebec. He's arguably one of the most experienced spa operators and designers in North America, arguably. 20 years experience, a lot of European experience. Now, when this spa and hotel is completed, it will represent a $100 million investment in the community. We also hope it'll be a major contributor to the local economy. Now, on February 21st, as you all know, we received unanimous approval from CPC. Now, the excitement was short-lived because of the appeal. Now, again, our position is that while we support and believe that town administration and the CPC acted within the regulations in the approving of the spa's initial design, we are willing to work with the appellant, or have been willing to work with the appellant and the town to table an alternative design, and that's what I'm about to do. You know, it's funny, when I was preparing this, we really didn't know which way this was going to go, so I have my speaking notes going in one direction, my slides going in another, so you're just going to have to bear with me for a little bit. I will do a quick recap of the appellant's 5 points of concern. In the appellant's opinion, you've heard that they do not believe that the land use bylaws in the controlled districts were appropriately followed. In their opinion, they believe that the development permit unnecessarily removes a lane from Silvertip Trail. They believe there should be better screening on Silvertip Trail. There was concerns about the new access point, and then finally, concerns around guest access. Now, again, I can't emphasize enough, we are confident that we're all kind of talking the same language around solutions. And we believe that based over the multiple meetings we've been having, both with the appellant's side as well as the town, I believe we're there as far as solutions go. Now, what you're going to hear from me today is that, you know, all the issues are addressable, all with very minor amendments to be considered. But the alternative is also fully acceptable because, frankly, and this is probably the most important point, even as approved, because those are off-site conditions, they have to be dealt with at the development agreement level anyway. So, and the town had, by the way, the town has been unbelievable to work with. They've been transparent. They've followed up our meetings with minutes. They've come to the table with solutions and thoughts. So I think the key here is we can deal with any concern at the development agreement level, regardless of which plan the board approves. So let me tackle a couple of the points that were raised, because we should just wrap a bow around them, frankly. We had heard that there was a concern we did not have enough landscaping on site. We also heard that there was a concern we did not have enough trees on site. And when I define by site, I want to emphasize, regardless of, you know, whether it should be just the project site of the spa or the entire site, I'm not even going to debate that. We just took it from the entire site. And we looked at it from a project site. And the appellant wanted to see more screening from the hotel's parking. Now, regarding the first concern, hopefully that table is clear. We are 38.2% landscaping area on our site. So that's within our boundaries, no off-site considerations. The spa itself is 26. Sorry, Fesa is 43%, and Mountain House alone is 36. So I'm sympathetic to the appellant not seeing this. We're pretty transparent throughout the meetings, so I'm not sure why it needs to come up today. I thought this was a resolved matter, but not a problem. Hopefully this puts a pin in the concern of whether or not we have enough landscaping. Regarding the number of trees on site, the appellant, rightfully so, wanted to make sure we met the requirements, which is 180 trees for our site. Now, we've confirmed with the appellant that there will be or is over 215 trees on our site. You'll see from the table, you know, again, off-site conditions, which have nothing to do with this application, but certainly have something to do with the beautification, is the idea that we'd be adding more trees to the area. This, again, was conveyed in the past. We'd be doing it anyway. We took this hotel over last year, and it went through 6 to 8 months of full gut renovation. In our operating budget, we have a landscaping component for ongoing maintenance of the hotel. So we are, you know, it's in our best interest to also make sure we're constantly enhancing the site for our guest experience. Now, the appellant did want additional screening. Now, as I've said earlier, we believe this is outside the constraints of this DP. They've made an argument that it's not. Honestly, we don't want to argue that fact, so we've said, sure, if you know, screening's good for all things. Now, there's some subtleties there. Screening is not to hide the vehicles. That actually goes against SEPTAB principles. We need to create safe environments. What you want to do is screen portions of the area so people feel safe when they're within the site. So it's not a full screening, so I think there might be a little misunderstanding, but neither here nor there at this point. I think, again, the important fact here is we just took possession of the hotel. We've conveyed that we will work on the landscaping on the perimeter. We're doing a massive construction requirement for the spa itself. So we are, I mean, we're committed to landscaping. They kind of go hand in hand when we talk about Nordic spas. You can't really have a Nordic spa without which is an outdoor experience, without great landscaping. Now, I've coupled the appeal points of 1 and 2, so whether or not we've done the appropriate landscaping and whether or not the town should remove a lane. And I've coupled those together in the next few slides as I walk you through what we think is the solution. Now, again, as Karen pointed out, the good news here is we all want the same thing. I think it's more in the subtlety here is the development authority and administration is the body we should be working through. We have to trust them. I mean, Canmore is what it is today because of council and administration. And we're willing to wrap our arms around that. And I think anything we're talking about today really does tie back to that's what a development agreement is for. So while I walk through the details here, all of this is acceptable from a development permit perspective, as long as the details are captured in the DA, the development agreement. Now, hopefully, when I walk through these suggested amendments, and I assure you, you will see they are very minor, I'm hoping that staff will provide feedback to this board that will suggest that it is something they could also get behind. They may not, we accept that. And that's why we're also okay, because rightfully so, they got a lot thrown at them. So even if the approval ties back to upholding the original approval, then I am confident that some of these details with my two recommended or requested amendments to the to our conditions will be able to still come back on side with the appellant as well as the town. One important point that I also will touch on, and I'm not a policy guy, as you'll quickly find out, but I know enough to be dangerous, just not enough to be intelligent. Under 1411.6.3 of the DC bylaw, I think that clearly outlines the fact that what I'm saying when I say we can deal with these detailed issues at the development agreement level, I think that paragraph of the DC bylaw clearly suggests we can, and that would be respectfully my ask today. So maybe I'll touch on this because, no, I'll touch on it as we go through the slides. I did promise I'd be quicker. So the plan on the top is the approved DP. You'll notice the yellow highlighted marker there. That contemplates the lane closure as an off-site condition. So again, nothing to do with our internal works. In that zone, it contemplated in the original approval planting trees. Next to that is the road right-of-way, which then contemplated a pathway, and next to that is our utility right-of-way, which in the original approval has landscaping, fire smart landscaping elements, as well as crushed gravel. The plan below, and again, off to the left, you'll see that there you see the contemplated lane closure. You see lane 1, which remains open. Lane 2 is the closure. Below, what we've suggested is, and through consultation with the town, and I do believe the town would suggest, well, I'll just say, if you go on camera, the town will, I think, talk about the discussions around possible alternatives of where the path could be located. So we're suggesting, for the purposes of our discussions, let's get the lane closure off our plans. So we leave no dispute as to who's responsible for that as from a drawing perspective. Next, we would, with the town's guidance and consultation or direction, we would plant within the road right-of-way. And this is completely acceptable from a town's perspective, is our understanding. And then the next piece to that is the utility right-of-way kind of shares a pathway as well as plantings within the pathway that are fire smart, kind of in line with fire smart standards. The general, so I'll go through more detail, so you'll see all this in a detailed plan as I go through. So the approved DP contemplated the lane closure as part of the town's transportation strategy. We'll obviously respect that. The original intent of removing the lane, from our understanding, was to make room for a buffer zone, so a treed buffer zone, and then the multi-use pathway. Now, as you see here, so this highlighted area is really what's adjacent to our site. So again, this truly is what our DP is about. So in consultation with the town, we can still meet the intent and the guideline standards without the need to close a lane. by incorporating the 3-meter multi-use pathway within the utility right-of-way. And then we can plant street trees and shrubs within the road right-of-way to act as a buffer. Now, these changes are definitely in our view, definitely part of the standard EDCG cross-section guidelines, and it's our belief that the town supports boulevard tree planting to be included in frontages. Now, the town has confirmed to the appellant and myself that we will be engaged in the ultimate design of the road right-of-way prior to Base Camp constructing the utility right-of-way or the road right-of-way enhancements. This is an important piece. Obviously, it's town property, and they act in the best interests of all the citizens in Canmore. We have to trust them that they will design it to the benefit of the town. So, but the fact that they're willing to also consult with us, I think, is critical here and something we certainly support. And I'll pause here because I think, again, I kept saying I'll go back to a general theme. All of these changes are important because they're important to our neighbor. They don't impact the spa design. We're agnostic to whether you pick Plan A, the originally approved plan, or you support Plan B. Plan B is, we believe, elegant solutions that, yes, there are details that are missing. But again, I can't emphasize enough that those details shouldn't be on these plans. It's completely acceptable to identify where a pathway is going, but not show the pathway's specific design. And the reason this is important, frankly, is because, as Council previously pointed out, we have 7 meters to play with. And we've also pointed out, because of the road standards, the change in the road standards, we actually have the 7 meters, so 4 meters of utility right-of-way, 3 meters of road right-of-way, and then there's the potential for a 1.7 meter addition to that, subject to town's consideration of reconfiguring the road. So there's a lot of kind of subtle design elements that could see that pathway meander, and ultimately we should be respectful of the town telling us what we should be doing there. Yeah, so I'll leave that at that. And again, I'll reference, because I love referencing one bylaw that I learned by number, 14.11.6.3 of the DC bylaw. We can deal with this at the completion of the DA, of our development agreement. It does not have to be dealt with at a DP level or development permit level. Now, in addition to removing the lane closure, we've always been vocal about committing to additional landscaping. We had it in our original DP, which is a shame. I should have put that up as well. You would have seen right where the red dotted line is, you see planting as well in the original, and it exists here as well. So the other change that I want to identify here, which we think, is accretive to the design, but I don't know how we do this. This is where I get concerned and get caught up. I get worried they'll be caught up in just the legalese. But we've agreed that off to the left, you'll see a yellow kind of circled area around the Alta-Link corridor. We have to fence that off. In our original submission and the approved submission, that's a wood fence. We've through consultation with Stone Creek, we've agreed that that can become a wire fence, much like the wildlife fences that you see down the highway, so with a cedar split post and heavy gauge wire. We've also agreed to set it back into our property further, just to create a little bit more articulation. We've made sure it does not negatively impact any sort of utilities. We've talked to Alta-Link, they're okay with this. So there's nothing on this plan, respectfully in our view, that should give consternation to town administration, but we'll obviously need to hear from them. The next yellow highlighted circle is, again, that was to be a wood fence between the two buildings, and we said, the request was, can you make that rock? Absolutely, we will make that rock for you. So that's now a rock wall instead of a wooden fence. But again, this plan, I think, is so easy that if you liked everything else I said today, but don't like those two items, or the town was adamantly against changing the material of the fences, which we believe are in accordance with the landscape guidelines for fence materials, you know, those can be taken out, but we'd love to see those remain in. It's important to our neighbors, it's important to us. Some of the other things that we heard today, and I'll show you a video shortly, it's a solid wall. It's not a solid wall, especially with the two changes we've discussed. But what's really important is when we talk about the experience down a streetscape from a pedestrian perspective or from the automobile, the land use bylaw cites things like articulation of the roof lines, articulation in materials. It certainly does talk about plantings as well, and you'll see that we're big on plantings. But there are a lot of things that define screening under the land use bylaw, and planting is not the only one, and fences are completely acceptable. This is a very important and noteworthy slide. You know, with Karen, we did revisit this idea of, you know, fire smart. Is there some flexibility around the interpretation of whether are these inhabitable buildings and therefore should they be under the fire smart restrictions? Yes, no. The town was pretty clear that they felt it was definitely under the guidelines of an inhabitable space. And frankly, just given where we are in the Rockies, it's just good practice. And we wanted to make sure that our design certainly respected the principles around fire smart. So the next two spots of this site are really important because, again, they're outside the approved DP range. So we've been very thoughtful, should this board decide to approve this DP drawing, and we do have complete sets, by the way, today. We've been very thoughtful on or we think we've been very thoughtful on our language. So in this area here, we identified the pathway by purple dots. So we changed the color, and we call it a future public pathway by base camp. And we then layered in a commitment that at the DA level, we can flush out the details about the exact location. And we've said in multiple correspondence, both the appellant as well as town, it's our dime. We get that. It's flanking our site. We will pay for that. But let's not lose the opportunity to design it properly. But that design should not exist on our DP. It's an outside condition. Next is the other side of it's the top end of our site. And again, technically, if the argument is, well, you should keep the pathway on your site, then we have to cut out a lot of trees that exist today. Whereas we've all agreed, both the appellant as well as the town, that the most logical spot to continue that pathway is on the public right-of-way, the road right-of-way. That's why I identify it in purple, and again, I identify it as by base camp. We're not trying to dodge paying for it, but it's not our land to design it, and it's outside the project scope of this DP to deal with it. But it is acceptable to deal with at the DA level, the development agreement level. And of course, the future public pathway by others, we should talk about that. The appellant is quite correct. We have had discussions where, should we be linking this up to the one further up in Silvertip's property? And the town was pretty clear to us, and I think quite correctly since talking to council, is that, you know, the MGA actually has some pretty strong language around that. We shouldn't be paying for pathways that are outside our property line. So it doesn't flank our property, it's past our property. So what the town did come to, and this isn't again in writing, which I think is, I applaud the town for this, they've already confirmed that they are very supportive in recommending the continuation of that pathway as part of their capital project, because it is part of the pathway connectivity. So I think, you know, we certainly don't want to get involved building a pathway past our property line, but we do support the idea. But again, that's more commentary because it has nothing to do with which plan you approve or hopefully approve today through these proceedings, and certainly doesn't impact the two edits that I'm suggesting for our special conditions or our DP conditions. So I think in summary, I believe we can resolve the question around, I think we've resolved the question around landscaping and tree count. I think we can certainly resolve this idea of the lane closure if we have it removed from these drawings. And then I think the screening on Silvertip Trail and Palliser is resolved, and I'll show you what that looks like shortly. As far as the EMS access point, I heard from the appellant today, and they've said this in the past, they have no issue. And sorry, that was one more change to our drawings, is that we actually put a gate on that access point. So it wouldn't be used by the general public to access the site. It would just be for EMS, which we support. So here we have it. We are requesting 2 amendments to the development conditions. And the beautiful part about these amendments is they can be applied to either plan. The first one is a pathway will be constructed as part of off-site requirements and in alignment with section 650 of the MGA. And then the second one is an access easement will be provided to accommodate the pathway as a requirement, as required and in alignment with section 650 of the MGA. There may be, this was typed out on the fly today, so there may be some questions around that. But again, I think what's really important here is that can sit as a special condition in our development permit, and truly does apply to either plan. I'll show you, I promised, some videos. I showed a picture of moose, so let me show you some videos now. There's a lot of question about whether or not this would be a pedestrian-oriented streetscape. Here, with the town's consent and direction, we know we can plant trees in the road right-of-way. We know we can fit a multi-use pathway behind those trees. And there you see the undulation of the buildings, which, frankly, is an acceptable street experience. The rock wall does step back, so again, there's undulation. As council had pointed out, there are a lot of utilities we have to think about here. So again, that's why you're not seeing a detailed landscape plan, but again, that's completely acceptable pursuant to the bylaw that I had cited earlier. And again, your roof lines, by the way, we do have green roofs as well. It's not all asphalt shingle roofs. And I'll show you that in reverse as well. So this is, and again, I'll pause here because this is what I was trying to get at earlier is, these sort of details require engineering input from the town, certainly planning and design from our consulting team, but can all occur on that 3 meter, 4 meter, and now we've heard potentially 1.6 meters into the roadway, which is a great opportunity. All can be captured and all can be protected within our development agreement that we have to do with the town. Oh, sorry. Okay. So coming down the hill again, the experience that both pedestrians and automobiles will have. A lot of active people. So my final slide, and I really struggled with whether I put this in or not, and I don't mean it as a point of insult. I don't mean to poke. I truly don't. But I think it's important to say we are committed to beautifying the entrance of Silvertip. But I also think when we talk about screening, we have to consider, what is precedent? And these are shots of parking along Silvertip Trail. And, I'm struggling well, I'll leave it at that. Like I said, I really struggled with this plan. It wasn't intended to be a shot, but it is intended to identify, we believe we're meeting the merits of screening on Silvertip Trail. I'll just pause for a moment, if that's okay, before I bring another member of our team up. No, I think any questions from the board?
I believe we do have some questions arising, so go ahead.
Certainly.
Yes, thank you. I have 4 comments or 4 questions. First of all is on the pathway. And I see it goes up towards up the hill and then it ends abruptly. Now, when individuals are walking up and they arrive at the end, if they have a problem, where do they go? Now, if they proceed across the road coming down, as those cars are coming down the hill, they come down that hill with a fair amount of speed. So there could be a safety issue there. And I know I don't expect you to answer that, but that would be a concern I would have. The second comment is the access entry onto the spa. Are you proposing to just making that an emergency one?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then another question is when you move the sidewalk, the screening, I guess it would be on the west side, on the lower end of the hotel site. Will that be affected much when you put the sidewalk on the reserve or the town reserve or the town property?
Well, so that's where we talk about the future pathway design, and we really need to do that in consultation with the town, because there are a lot of moving pieces there. But we all acknowledge that a pathway has to, or should be there. A pathway should be screened pursuant to the guidelines. So again, all that detail truly can be dealt with in the development agreement. And the town, just in our experience with the town, both on this project and others, I mean, they make sure we meet those standards.
You didn't speak to who was going to use the spa, public or the residents. Is that?
Yeah, this is an accessory use, and we think the guidelines or the definition of accessory use is quite clear. So this is designed for our hotel. Now, based on accessory use, it would be a real shame if Canmore residents couldn't enjoy the spa from time to time, but there's no parking for them. We don't have the ability to include parking. We're not looking to be a regional spa that would accept guests, driving up and parking at the hotel, because the challenge with that is, where are our guests going to park? But through the chair, if I could address your first comment, which I think is a very valid and important one, in development, especially in a transitioning development, it's not uncommon for one developer to complete their portion of a responsibility, and then either the town, as the town has indicated, or a developer to pick up the next piece of that. So it is, and it's all about timing. The town may, quite correctly, as you point out, the town might say, hey, we actually have a pathway on the other side of the road right now. We don't want you to build a pathway today. We acknowledge that it's going to be designed, it's going to be engineered, and we're going to do either an endeavor to assist or cash in lieu. We'll do a cash in lieu, or we'll come and you'll put a security up, and we'll have you build it once we're prepared to complete the loop. So there are ways around that, again, through the development agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You asked 2 of mine, so thank you. Anyone else have?
Just to address the buildings themselves, I have a question about, have you considered fenestration on the walls that are facing the public spaces?
Sorry, have I considered?
Fenestration, windows, whatever. Something that actually allows for some potential cross visualization and relief on the building themselves.
Yeah, maybe I'll let Antoine speak to that by putting him, I think on the design of the building, I mean, they certainly could be, that'd be a change to further change to the DP, but we do believe we've covered the articulation through materials and roof lines, but to add like a faux window, we have no objection of that.
Right.
Like that's a,
It just, it tends to give a little bit of more visual
it absolutely does.
interest as
Yeah.
well as allowing for potential additions.
Yeah, again, my only concern would be how do we deal with it in the context of moving forward with our development? I'm not sure, but if there's an ability to do that elegantly without having to start all over again, we would 100% support
Yeah,
that.
you still have to go through a building permit process too.
Yes, very good point.
Okay, go ahead, Tanya.
You had thank you, Beryl, for your presentation. You spoke a bit about the fire smart setbacks. Maybe if we could bring that slide up. That's amazing, thank you. So am I to understand that it was Basecamp's application that put in this type of setback, or was it a requirement to have this setback from the town?
Do you want to speak to fire smart?
Through the chair to the board. With respect to FireSmart, we work with talented landscape architects who are obviously well aware of what the current FireSmart guidelines are out in industry versus what the town's requirements are, and we try to employ best practice because we can see where those guidelines are going to go. So we also discussed this with administration to try to optimize the landscape to provide the safest landscape that we can, while also providing the richest sort of textural soft landscaping while maximizing the fire safety element of FireSmart. So we do apply those 10-meter setbacks for conifers because that's what current guidelines and industry reflect.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more, if I may. In terms of the landscaping and the percentages of the landscaping that's being calculated, within the actual spa, is any of the landscaping of the 25% contained behind in the spa, or is it the site?
I'll answer the question, and hopefully I've answered it, and if I haven't, please let me know.
Okay.
So on the spa site, it really is the dark green area. So the light, it's almost a light green. Those areas have been completely removed, so all hardscaping. Even though there's bushes and shrubs within those areas, we just take it out, it's easier. So what you see there, that calculation from a spa perspective of 43.38%, it's the dark green site.
The dark green, okay.
Yeah. And then for the overall site, it's the dark green and that kind of khaki green outlined in red outside the spa areas.
So you're not considering any of the spa site to be an outdoor amenity to be calculated in the natural landscaping?
No.
Excellent.
It caused a lot of contention, and frankly, we just said, just take it out. It was easier.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
I have one last question. When you mentioned removing the lane closure from the plan, I just wonder if you could elaborate on that a little more. What would that look like?
It'd be really helpful if I had the original plan, because I don't think I do. Basically, well, actually, let me take you to this plan right there. So if you look at the approved DP, and it's really tough to appreciate here, where that yellow highlight is, all the plan shows is a line on the west side of the yellow highlight, which suggests a lane closure. But as the town has told us, and I think you've heard in the presentation, that is only to the extent that the town needed to ensure. They have a transportation strategy, and they want to make sure all future development respects that transportation strategy. So identifying it on our plan as a line is to say, hey, this is going to happen maybe one day in the future, and if it does, we got to make sure whatever you're doing on-site complies with our off-site designs. So that's why that line found itself on our DP plan.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Of course.
Just before we move forward with any other speakers, quick reminder, if make sure the clerk has your name for the record. I know we're getting to the point in the hearing where other people are coming up. So please make a pit stop at the clerk there if you're coming up to speak.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions before? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Bob Homersham. I'm legal counsel for Base Camp. And my role here is not to go into the planning, where you've heard a lot about how it could be redesigned. I'm here to talk about, and I think it's worth re-mentioning, your jurisdiction on a DP that's approved under a DC bylaw. The first threshold is, before we get into any new plans, is that you have to determine that the directions of council weren't followed. You heard from the Development Authority that they believe they were followed. You heard from our side that, first of all, we're not sure, or we're ambivalent to it, but it's up to the appellant to make that case out. It's their appeal, and in order for the board to consider possible amendments to the plan or other decisions you could make, you have to first determine that the directions of council weren't followed. And so with respect to that, there's a lot of consternation from our neighbors, Stone Creek, about the location, proposed location of the pathway that would take up some of the road right-of-way. That is an off-site condition if, and you can ask the Development Authority to clarify this point if I don't articulate it clearly or perfectly, but that would require a much more of a process than just a line or a drawing indication on a DP plan. That's not where it gets approved. That's where it's proposed. If the lane has to be closed, that's a process that would require a public hearing to close a roadway. So Stone Creek, others that are interested, affected by that road closure, if that lane closure, if that's the direction that the town wants to go to satisfy their transportation and multimodal transportation strategy, there's a process for that, and there's public engagement for that. These lines on the approved plans where the pathway is proposed does not bind anyone. We can't build an off-site condition. The most that the approving authority can do is impose a condition under Section 650 of the MGA to require a developer, or 655 if you're subdividing, to build pathways that serve the subdivision, which is usually, or the development, which is usually construed to mean within the boundaries of the development or subdivision, and to make connections to other pathways in other developments or subdivisions. That's the extent of a condition that you can impose through a development permit. And within, if a pathway were to be within our lands, that would be designed, and we'd obviously pay for it. If it's an off-site condition that's not truly a connection, then there's the issue of who pays for it. But we have no control over off-site conditions. So these pathway conditions, you often see them in subdivision approvals where you have adjacent subdivisions and there's a pathway through a subdivision that's supposed to be connected to the next one. That's what these provisions in the MGA are mostly for. But when it's also a similar provision when you're dealing with development and not subdivision, that can apply. So we're not arguing that we wouldn't want or shouldn't have to pay for or be encumbered, whether that's a cash in lieu obligation or otherwise, to have a pathway that serves our development and a connector that serves an adjacent development. But as I said, there's a lot of consternation about the pathway and that it's been proposed in the road right-of-way, but as a DP condition, that's just the start. That's just a proposal. It doesn't affect our on-site conditions. That is something that if the town wanted to pursue, they would have to go through that whole process of getting approval to close the lane and build a pathway there. Now, I want to address my colleague, Ms. Elgert, was trying to make the point, and I'm going to ignore for the fact that there's been a lot of cooperation about landscaping and in terms of screening the parking and that. And she made the argument, which I don't agree with, which is that the development permit, which is for a spa, it doesn't affect the existing DP for the hotel, that spa development permit would somehow give the development authority the jurisdiction to require changes to an existing approved permit for the hotel and the site that it's on. They're both on the same parcel. You can have multiple development permits on the same parcel, but to say, for example, that not for example, it was raised, to say that the development permit that was granted in '97, I believe, for the hotel and the land use district has since changed for the lands that the hotel are on, that now gives the development authority remedial powers to impose landscaping requirements or other things that aren't mentioned in that section of the MGA that deal with legal non-conforming uses. That could extend to, let's say, the parking requirement was higher in the new land use district, the DC bylaw, than it was under the original land use district under which the hotel was approved. There's no remedial powers here. Otherwise, you could have the development authority imposing, as they're suggesting, landscaping requirements on a site that's got an approved DP that met its conditions. You could take that as far as requiring more parking, and maybe there's not space for parking. The only thing that triggers an approved DP site that's now non-conforming, the only thing that triggers a requirement to comply with the new land use district, in this case a DC bylaw, is if you discontinue the use for 6 months or if you make significant or material alterations to the building. Then you now have to comply with the new land use district and its standards. So, again, much of this afternoon, and I appreciate your indulgence and this morning as well as we tried to work through a joint submission to you, but that joint submission would require an admission that we don't think the directions of council were followed. We're not there. That's in your hands to make that decision, and you've heard arguments from either side. And I'm going to ask our architect to address briefly certain requirements in the DC bylaw that the appellants argued weren't met. We're going to, because he was intimately familiar with the design and working with the development authority who recommended to CPC that this be approved and that the directions of council were met, I'll ask him to address some specific things that Beryl didn't cover. But that is your role here. You've got to make that first determination, and it's the nature of these hearings, of course, that we don't do them in 2 parts, because you have to hear the whole thing and then decide if all the stuff that came after where the directions of council followed even apply. But you did hear that there was a lot of attempts to cooperate, and that there's not significant opposition to what my client's proposing. We're just dealing with specifically the location of the pathway and screening and trees and that and where And where the development authority within the development area can say that they need to be provided or where that pathway should go. I agree with the statement that was made by my colleague that the development area, where the spa is, where it's outlined in the approved plans, that is the site, that is the area in which the DC standards, and where the DC is silent, then you go to the other provisions in the general land use bylaw that apply. That's where you apply those standards. You don't apply them to the entire site, because that would be a remedial measure and would cause all sorts of issues depending on what remedy you wanted to address on a site that's already approved. So the two are separate. The DP for the hotel has been approved. We can, if the board so decides, to determine that the directions of council weren't followed. We're prepared to do more than we would otherwise be lawfully obliged to in terms of planting and screening measures, as was described before me, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. The parties are close, but what is before you is an approved development permit that, according to the Development Authority, met the directions of council, and that's the test. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board at this time? No, go ahead, Daniel.
In terms of when you have an accessory use approved on an already developed site, does that new accessory use change the context of the overall site in some occasions?
Practically, it would, but in terms of planning approvals, is that your specific question?
Well, I mean, for example, parking, right? If you added an accessory use that needed more parking than was available on the overall site to begin with, you would then need more parking. If that site currently didn't have enough parking, then would that not come into consideration in terms of the accessory use on the site as well?
Yes, if it was determined that this was more than an accessory use to the principal use, which is the hotel. If it was determined that this would also be, call it a regional spa, to use that term, it's going to draw citizens out from outside that will come in cars, then there would be some parking considerations that the Development Authority would have had to take into account. But it is an accessory use, it's accessory to the principal use, and the Development Authority was satisfied that the parking requirements for the principal use would, if you like, meet the requirements for the accessory use, because the uses they're conjoined, but they're different development permits.
But in this instance, I think we're discussing screening, right? And so the screening or the creation of the space and the development of the accessory use doesn't affect the screening through the overall site?
No, in my opinion, it doesn't.
Okay.
We could agree to that, and if the board so chooses to get to that point where we're looking at plans that are largely that both parties have largely agreed to, there's still some minor issues. That's another matter, but screening, the existing parking for the hotel meets whatever screening and landscaping and berm requirements that were in place at the time. So that's what I said that's what I meant when there's no now remedial measure, because our development area does not include the hotel site. It includes, or is just confined to, the spa area. And the Development Authority determined that we don't need any more parking. If there were more parking required and it was going to be on the hotel site, then yes, the development area would have expanded there, and we would have probably had to meet the conditions that the appellants have asked for, which is greater screening of the parking, the surface parking area.
And then, because there have been other DPs, especially, was the renovation a development permit as well? Was that a DP?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. That's not a real question. I'm backing that up.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
At this time, we'll invite anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chair,
sorry.
our architect would
Okay,
just like
thank
to
you.
make
Sorry,
a few
I
comments.
missed that part. My apologies. Please.
Through the chair, is it possible to get the presentation that was on the screen back?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I just wanted to address the comments that were made regarding the pedestrian-oriented streetscape for the site. And I wanted to let you all know that the Section 141151 of the DC District does require a pedestrian-oriented streetscape, but it also couches that the treatment needs to be sensitive to the sidewalk location on a site-specific basis. I think the way that we interpret that when we're designing is we look at the context of the site and what kind of a street-oriented pedestrian environment or pedestrian-oriented streetscape we want to create. If we were in downtown, that approach would be quite a bit different than it would be if we're out off of a major arterial that heads up to a large development with lots of vehicles. So the way that we've worked at it here in the proposed design that you saw that was approved is we used a lot of layering. So rather than putting trees directly against our building, which we know we can't do because of the fire smart issues, we use shrubs which are permitted. We have fencing, which is another layer. We have building massing and envelope, which is another layer. And then we also have some rock, and then we have a boulevard, and then we have the street itself. So there are a lot of landscape things that are happening in a fairly small area to create visual interest. When we started the approach of the design of the spa, we could have put all of the amenities into one large building and chonked it up on the north end of the site. That would be a larger, more massive building. One could argue that may create a more pedestrian-oriented streetscape, but we felt that by breaking a larger building into a bunch of smaller pieces, which costs more money, and integrating that in with a variegated landscaping and fencing solution, that we could create a better overall outcome for the users of Silvertip Trail, who will drive by the site in about 4 seconds. That is all.
Any questions from the presentation? Okay. Thank you. Anything further from the applicant before we move to the next step on the agenda here? Okay.
Antoine Lagarec with Basecamp. I might be repeating some of the stuff Birol said about myself, so bear with me. But I started with good morning, but now it's good afternoon. My name is Antoine Lagarec. I've worked as a spa experience consultant for the past 20 years. I'd worked previously in the province of Quebec out east, helping people discover the benefits of what now we generally like to say a Nordic spa experience. I believe in the Basecamp vision of bringing world-class amenities and 2,000-year-old wellness ritual to the town of Canmore. So much so that I decided to move out here, and I'm glad I did. It's been an incredible month so far. I've been fortunate to have traveled the world to discover best practices. I know some people will say, oh, what a tough job seeing spas in different countries, but it's been amazing to see that these practices exist in so many cultures, and that the cleansing through the use of saunas has been a communal experience. I think that's important because it's something that brings communities together. And in this case, I was very excited to come and participate in this project of a Nordic spa that would be located at Mountain House. It also brings like a unique opportunity to have a hotel so you can prolong the stay and the benefits of the thermal cycle through curated F&B experiences, and then obviously treatments and staying in the hotel. I think that the more I discover about Canmore and the community, I think that this type of amenity would be a great complement to what is already ingrained in the culture here, which is a wellness lifestyle. So I look forward to continuing working on this project and making it a reality. I don't know if you had any questions. Obviously, I wanted to say about the windows. They would have to be fake windows, or if it's something, just because of the nature of one of them is a steam room, so actually for technical and performance issues, we have to build a box within a box just because of the humidity levels and the temperature differences in our winters here. So. Yeah, no, for sure. And then the other one is a sauna where that's the backside of the benches. So, I mean, there wouldn't be any great benefit to, and that's where, when we brought the idea of removing part of the wood fence on the other side, is I really wanted to have like an interaction with the people that are using the spa and the community. It's not about, as much as we are trying through the use of pools and some of the landscaping on the site, we are trying to create this little haven where people can feel in their bubble and relax and so on. But the idea of bringing that other fence was also that the landscape continues, that there isn't simply landscape in front of us, then a wall, and then landscaping, but seeing through and bringing that perspective and distance. So.
Thank you. I think that the comment from the appellant about walls and the ongoing, you have the building and then you have a wall and then you have a building. And it just feels like you could, in fact, do something to mitigate that sense that it's created.
Yeah, and some of it, and this is what's hard to show, like on videos, we're trying to give like an impression, but we're also looking at adding some lighting that brings, so at night, it's already going to create sort of a rhythm and bring some interest, so warmth,
That's a building permit thing, I think.
Yeah.
Your discussion.
Any further questions for?
No.
Okay, thank you. If you could just please make sure the clerk has your information for the record there. Oh, you got that? Okay, thank you.
Hello, members of the SUB. My name is Sky, and I just wanted to thank you and everybody for quite the day. And just piggyback a bit off of B-Roll's presentation. As he mentioned, with my dog Moose, I started this business in 2016 and have since developed 14 projects in Canmore that total more than 500,000 square feet of developable space. In that, there have been several pathways that we've either built, designed with the town's designed, so on and so forth. All of which weren't really sorted out at this point in time, and we've endeavored to work with the town, with the Development Authority, to figure out the appropriate pathway, which we are committed to doing here, as everyone has said, including in our communications with Stone Creek. So I just wanted to introduce myself, say thank you, and reiterate that we hope you are able to approve development permit, and that we continue to move forwards, and that we hopefully continue to move forwards on this pathway design at the development agreement stage. So, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Scott? Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, if there's anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in support of the appeal, please approach the podium and provide your full name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Councillor Faubert, administration. My name is John Third. I moved to Canmore about 30 years ago, and I've been a resident of Silvertip for the last 25 years. I'm here not to speak on behalf of Silvertip with regards to this, but more on the basis of a resident of Silvertip. I've been approached by numerous neighbors in my community with regards to their concerns and the proposed closure of a lane of Silvertip Trail going up the hill that's there. We have no issue, ourselves or myself, with having a Nordic spa developed at the base of the site. We think that's a wonderful addition to their hotel and to our community that's there. We do have a couple of concerns, and I guess the first concern is that per Burrell's comments, I met with Burrell, and they said they were moving from a Nordic spa to an accessory use to their building that was there. But he also disclosed to us that their intent is to use this spa to fill other hotel rooms in their numerous other base camp properties in Canmore. And I'm not objecting to that, as long as they have an operational plan that properly deals with the traffic and these people coming to the spa. I think that we will get residents of the community that are going to randomly pull up in front of the door and want to use this spa, and I don't see the business turning those people away by any means there. Our second concern is that we as a community, the Silvertip community, are really surprised that as significant stakeholders in this, there's been no public process with this. There's over 350 residents built on that hill right now. Vast majority of these people drive to the property on the weekends to enjoy their recreational property. They don't bike up the hill. Our children, we have children, and probably about 20% of our homes are occupied by residents that live there every day of the year. Our children take school buses back and forth to the local schools that are there. They can't walk that hill. They can ride their bike down, but they certainly can't ride it back up that's there. So we do have a concern that if at some point this lane closure is going to be moved forward by the town, that proper stakeholder engagement is held at that point that's there. In the existing development permit, it shows a lane closure. It contemplates a lane closure. The applicant has been asked to pay for the cost of a lane closure. So it's not just a line on a plan. It's something that they've been asked to commit to and offset the town's cost to develop that's there. Okay. They're also being asked to put in a 300 mil water line in front of their house. I don't think they need, or in front of their property. I don't think they need 300 mils of water. That's a 12-inch line to provide water for the base camp spa that's there. Now, there is more development to take place. There's 17 lots that are just recently sold. There's 17 new homes to be built on that hill. There's concrete trucks. There's lumber deliveries. There's hundreds of trade trips up and down that hill that are going to take place. And the reason that the original area structure plan and the reason that the original requirement was to build 4 lanes, 2 going up and 2 in that part of the road, 2 coming down, and then 3 lanes, was to allow for that construction to take place and it to still be a safe environment. There's over 22,000 golfers travel that road during 5 months. There's 15,000 people that attend weddings, meetings, conferences that are there. There's a lot of traffic, and we just want to make sure that we maintain the proper traffic lanes going up to the hill there. Again, we're not opposed to a spa. You know, I'm not opposed to spa's business doing well and her investors doing well with regards to this, but we just want to see good planning for our community as well as for their business. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Third? Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak in support of the appeal, please approach the podium and give your name at this time. Anyone in the audience who would like to speak against the appeal, please approach the podium and provide your name at this time. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in a neutral position? Please approach the podium and provide your name at this time. To the clerk, have we had any written submissions received in addition to those contained?
Yes, we've received one written submission that was not included in your package for this hearing yet, from Andrew Stevens, who says he is neither in favor nor opposed and wishes to express his concerns.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I'll ask the board if we require a brief recess in order to prepare any clarification questions for administration or either side. Is that something we need? We can, yeah. I'll go ahead and take the recess so we can get our questions together. We'll stand in recess for the next 15 minutes to allow clarification questions to be gathered, and then we'll resume at that time.
that administration then?
Yeah. Administration,
Okay.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I'll call the meeting back to order. Does the board have any questions for clarification for administration at this time?
I do. Yes, through the chair for administration. With respect to the pedestrian connection pathway located on Silvertip Trail, what is administration's perspective on the changes proposed to put it in the right-of-way? And what was the rationale around the design of the pedestrian connection in the approved permit?
Okay, to the first part of the question, the design of offsites, they're informed by the engineering, design, and construction guidelines. They're informed by the ITP. They are informed by engineering practice. And so with respect to trying to design through an appeal process, or even trying to design as part of a DP, it's more appropriate to defer to a regular, it's town right-of-way, defer to a regular town process for developing designs for those right-of-ways, and those tend to be town-led, even when there are off-site obligations of the developer. The water line's informed by the utility master plan. So with respect to changes to the design, I would expect that those changes go through that same typical process, and that we're not directing through conditions of the DP design specifics, which are subject to a separate design domain from the LUB. Just speaking to the original design intent, that was based on the 2018 Integrated Transportation Plan, and it was based on designs that were prepared and part of an approved council capital project in 2019 that informed the construction project on Palliser Trail and into Silvertip Trail at that intersection.
Would the placement of the infrastructure be part of that design?
The placement of the infrastructure is included in that design. It was illustrated at that time and part of that engagement process, at least for a portion of Silvertip Trail. And that was the basis that informed extending it up Silvertip Trail as part of this DP.
And as currently in the DP, that trail ends? Would the road continue in that second lane up after the trail ends?
Speaking to the broader planning, at this point we have the integrated transportation plan that indicates a separate bicycle facility continuing on that side of the road uphill. As part of the area plan for Silvertip itself, the intent is that a trails plan is developed. At this point, we don't have a comprehensive trails plan. We have the mapping of the ITP and some general planning as part of the ASP. As part, again, of our separate process to plan civil works in road right-of-way, we'd be pleased to engage with Stone Creek Properties, and we've talked about doing that to look at laying out trails. Certainly there isn't a plan currently in our capital plan to actually implement that uphill bike lane, so there's no plan to further reduce from 2 lanes to 1 lane beyond this development at this point in time as part of our medium-term capital planning.
Thank you.
Do any other board members have questions for administration?
So there's been a lot of discussion about road closures. Are you anticipating closing the road at any time for Silvertip Trail?
Sure. Okay. Thank you for the question. Through the chair. For clarity, the town is not closing the road. So the road right-of-way is in place. The design of the road is as it is right now. To close the road right-of-way, it has been rightfully suggested that we need to go through the proper process, which is by bylaw, through council, et cetera, et cetera. The closure of the road is not a requirement of the development permit, nor was it proposed as part of the development permit. So very clear, and need to be very clear on that. We're not closing the road. And by road, we mean road right-of-way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for administration from the board? Please go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm happy to hear that there's not the appropriate approvals in place, that road can be closed without the proper public involvement. So thank you for that. The next question I have, when you did your landscaping calculations, did you include or did you not include landscaping that was outside of the site?
I am going to defer that question to Ms. Drost, and I'm happy to supplement with any other information. Yeah.
Yes, so for the question, with regards to the off-site landscaping, that was not included as part of the 25% minimum requirement that
answers my
satisfied.
question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for administration from the board? Does the board have any further questions for clarification from the applicant? Does the board have any questions for clarification from the appellant? Does the board have any questions for any other person? Does any other person who has presented have any questions for clarification of any presenter? If yes, please direct your questions through the chair. Does the development officer have any closing comments? Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Sorry,
certainly.
I apologize for the pause.
Quite all right.
Time's up, yes. Yeah. Okay, so obviously there's been a lot of information provided today. I know you've just had a round of questions for administration, but again, we're happy to answer any questions you may have around our review or analysis or the conformity with the land use bylaw. So I provide that opportunity again. I know you've just asked us, so just more out of courtesy and clarification for you. There has also been submissions to the board. Due to the adjournment, there have been submissions initially. There's also been submissions through the adjournment process that have been provided to the board. And there's been submissions today. So I just want to make it clear that administration has not had the adequate time to review and be in a position to provide comments or perhaps even a recommendation to the board if it so wishes on these submissions. We are, however, in a position, and as through our presentation today, able to clarify our position on the initial application that went through the development permit process and then ultimately to the Canmore Planning Commission. So that's more just for clarity. Now, we have reviewed the submissions, however, and we do want to provide to the board that we do not support the conditions that have been provided to the board. Yeah, so.
So just to be clear, that would be from the appellant?
So there's been a couple different submissions that are have different wording to additional conditions based on the submissions and the changes that have been proposed. And so administration is not supportive of those conditions. What we are supportive are the initial conditions that were first provided to the Canmore Planning Commission and now are provided to the board for your consideration as well. Particularly, we are supportive of the condition that requires the applicants to enter into a development agreement with the town. This is a standard, and you'll see this in the town's submission as the proposed conditions. This is a standard condition that the town puts on our development permits. It allows for the applicant and the town to enter into a development agreement to provide for off-site improvements. And it lists what those off-site improvements are. This is consistent with the Municipal Government Act. The details of off-site improvements, which you've heard a lot about today, are determined through that development agreement. So the conditions around off-site improvements, or that may get into the details of the design or such, are not necessary. They will be covered under that development agreement condition, which is standard. I can pause if you have any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, actually.
Okay.
Appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Okay. The other issue is just about, I think just for the board's consideration too, about our development permit process. So our development permit process, so it was raised that there was not any consultation with adjacent landowners, and that is true. In a development permit application, what we do, so a landowner submits a development permit application, we do require a posting on the site that says that an application has been made. So it provides the opportunity for people who may be traveling by the site to know that an application has been made and to come to the town and come to administration to ask any questions or get any clarification about that application. Once a decision has been made, then another posting, that posting is then taken down and a notice of decision posting is posted on the site, informing the public of the decision and the opportunity to provide an appeal. So that's the town standard process, and the town did follow that process. So just wanted to provide the clarity there as well. And yeah, I think I can conclude there, and again, happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions arriving from closing statements? Does the applicant have any closing comments? Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Sorry. Through the chair, thank you. Just a couple points of clarification, and this might be a bit repetitive, but I think worth stating, is that while administration does not support conditions on the development permit that direct the design of the off-sites or that obligate the municipality or developer to undertake construction based on conditions that direct the design of the off-sites, that we are generally supportive of the conditions as presented by the applicant that clarify that a pathway will be built and that a utility easement may be used for the construction. I think it might require a bit of wordsmithing to ensure that the obligation for construction is associated with both on-site and off-site. However, the general intent of those two clauses we can support. Also would like to clarify that and just repeat to reinforce that the DP as approved by the CPC does not direct the closure of a road, nor does it direct the design of a road that requires a closure. A roadway that allows vehicle access and that has pathways and that has no change to the road right-of-way itself is a complete road. There's no portion of it that's being closed or requires a road closure process. The design within the road right-of-way, provided that we are maintaining access, is again governed by engineering standards. And in this case, the designs went through planning through an integrated transportation plan. They went through a detailed design process that included community engagement, and there were 2 traffic studies that were completed as part of that work and provided to stakeholders, including Stone Creek Properties, back in 2019 when we had significant engagement around the design, which included narrowing from 2 lanes to 1. And we've been talking about lane closure. The lane has in fact been removed for the purpose of the intersection design since 2019. So we're talking about the extension of an existing condition beyond the intersection and slightly up the hill. Prior to the appeal, we met with all of the parties and committed to engage as part of the DA process with all parties, again, as our standard practice for the design of offsites. And I just want to reiterate that that commitment remains. We offered to share all of the previous studies which we've done, to make our consultant available, and we offered to consider any new information or feedback provided by stakeholders. There's been a study completed by Bunt, and certainly the town will take that into consideration as we work through finalizing design of the roadway as part of the development agreement. And I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Okay. Any questions arising from? Okay, thank you. Anything further from development? Does the board have any questions for the applicant, or sorry, does the applicant have any closing comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cheryl Elgert again. The one thing I think the board may wish to have a little bit of legal advice from board legal counsel on is around road closures. So I understood Mr. Weldon to say that there was no closure of the road right of way. The thing that I'm trying to capture here is that when you take a vehicular lane out of vehicular service, that is at law a road closure. It doesn't matter what you do with the road right of way. You don't have to sell it or make it a private parcel or anything like that. And I have the Mateson case here, and as in paragraph 10 of the decision, the citation is 1995 Alberta Court of Appeal 316. It says, in today's world, however, transport by motor vehicle is an integral part of everyday life, and when a road designed primarily for the conveyance of motor vehicles is no longer used for that purpose, that road is closed. So I understand that the municipality may have some different understandings of that, but I think that the board probably should have a word with its own legal counsel about that. And I believe that that's it, and thank you very much for your time. It's been a very long day for everybody, and we really appreciate the hearing that you've provided.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else who's made a presentation have any closing comments?
Through the chair, most important, thank you to all of you for your time, and staff as well. The key message, I guess if I have one last closing comment, it would be, should you decide to uphold the original approval, it sounds like the inclusion of those 2 special conditions can still address the concerns of the appellant, and we are committed, hopefully through all the the images and the commitments we've made both in writing and in today's session. Hopefully everybody will have some level of comfort moving forward that we are at the table with real dollars to appease their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the persons who have made representations today feel that you have had a fair hearing? Good, thank you. This hearing is now concluded. As a reminder, the board will meet in a closed session to review the evidence presented, and it will provide a written decision within 15 days of this hearing. No decision is binding on the board until it issues a written decision. The clerk will provide notice of the decision to the applicant and appellant and post the notice on the town's website. Thank you. Thanks for your time today.